Katie Montgomery. Oh, start a Substack. You have bruises again? Sorry. Hashtag, sorry, I'm not sorry. Hello, everybody. Yeah, got in a fight. What is everybody spreading these lies about me? Got in a fight with a vacuum, lost a fight with an octopus? What the hell, y'all? Talking shit about me on my own stream. Sad, y'all. Sad. How's everybody doing today? You may have been able to tell. We're probably gonna save the content cop stuff for last because we have heavier shit to go through. Minute Ann, thank you very much for 2 months. Really been enjoying your stuff. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And Nashahash, thank you very much for Prime. Better than saying I fought the Aaron lost. Luna Deer, thank you very much for following. I have my latest stim, my latest little stim toy I keep on my desk, and it's the bundle from the Tarkir Dragonstorm, or it's the like icy looking die from the Tarkir Dragonstorm bundle that I really love. Oh, I didn't lose. Yeah, don't mistake this for a loss. This is a dub. Yeah, we have so much to fucking talk about here. Juliana, 20 months in a row. I can't fucking believe I've already been doing this for 20 years. 20 years. Did I say 20 years? I said 20 months. Fuck. Yeah, I will I'll do the other I'll do the full content cop. Why not? Have you seen Pixel D20? No, they light up. There's one person who comes to my regular game nights, and he has like a full set of these cool, like they're hard resin, but they have like eyeballs inside that jiggle around and like always face up, and so they're really, I think they're fucking cool as hell. I would like the eyeball dice personally. Yeah, so the thing with Elon, right? And I wanted to get this out of the way because I feel like this is a good, easy, simple story to get through. It's one that I feel we can all laugh at together. Chat, right? Oh, God. Sorry, I'm working with my eyeshadow from yesterday right now. That is... God, what's her name? Tiffany Fong. Yeah. So this happened a couple months ago, actually. Elon Musk, and this is just coming out today. Do you remember the Ashley St. Clair shit, like we talked about a little while ago, where Elon is a deadbeat asshole who isn't paying child support, even though he's like apparently the richest person in the world and has tons of times to stream fucking Pillars of Eternity or whatever the fuck. Path of Exile. Fuck. Now, this was actually speculated on by a couple people a couple months ago. And it's so funny how it was absolutely true and also how easy it was to see at the time. Now, I myself, I cannot be like, I called it, I told y'all. Because a lot of idle speculation I don't really pay much attention to until it can be proven or unless there's like a credible thing to it. But I do remember looking at a lot of people who were speculating on if Elon was trying to get all up in them guts. And I just looked at it and was like, yeah, that probably, that tracks for him. That tracks for him. We're going to talk about, by the way, we're going to talk about the 4chan thing. So for those you might not know, 4chan got taken down by Soy Jack Party, and there's a bunch of leaks, quote unquote leaks, about the like people running it, if it was an op, if it was glowies, if it was Excuse me. Now I have hiccups from drinking water. Um, like what the deal is. Good evening, Swamp Person. Good evening, Awesome Stella over on Twitch. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. There's a rumor going around that Elon's, like, 4chan account was found out and that he had all this crazy shit about him being the Antichrist and that his name was Satan. And I looked through a lot of that stuff. I looked through a lot of the posts. I was going to talk about it more on here, but honestly, I don't think it's him. I think it's either another case of like an Adrian Dittman type where it's just somebody who very specifically has the same kind of like social abnormalities that Elon does. But like Elon has never, there are a number of key differences in that Elon has never, he's not a religious person. Like I think it's very obvious that whatever religion, whatever faith in God he touts, like he does not come by honestly. It's very much an act. The poster on 4chan was like fucking all about that end times religious symbolism shit. There are a number of posts that this person made that are not so subtly hinting that he's Elon Musk, talking about how like, oh no, I dropped my dice. Rolled a perfect 6. Talking about shit like, you know, oh hey, you use my technology every day. I'm taking over the world, blah blah blah. And what I think we know Adrian Dittman isn't Elon. We know that. People found out who Adrian Dittman was. No. It's a Terry Davis reference. I could see that. Oh yeah, I could absolutely see that. Was it Satan OS? Was that the name or something? Oh no, you're talking about Glowy. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, it's the stuff with the Elon account on 4chan. I don't think it's really him, at least not the Antichrist one. I'm sure he's on 4chan. But what it seems like to me more, just knowing what I know about things like Q and QAnon, and having looked into a lot of this shit, it seems like another person trying to do the Q thing that just never took off. Like, ooh, if I hint that I'm actually Elon Musk, like this will really, like that's what it fucking feels like. It doesn't feel real. Yeah, no, the Swamp Frog person, like Elon has gone on record talking about how no, I didn't want to kill the cops in GTA because it made me feel bad and quit live or fucking all digital lives matter. Little Glowy here. Hey, isn't Elon a baby for allegedly? Okay, allegedly. Soda count. Hey everyone, hope you're doing at least reasonable well today. We had a really good episode. Rosa of Composting Fame and I recorded another episode of What the Fuck Now, our new podcast that we've done. Our first episode had a guest, Elena McLaughlin, trans UFC fighter extraordinaire. It was a wonderful episode. Episode 2, which I believe should be hitting next week, I think it's next week, is us talking to Gare Davis, who you may recognize from such shows as It Could Happen Here and other Cool Zone Media products. And then this week, Rosa and I think we're really hitting a stride with it. I think we like really did really good this week. Rosa and I had Stacey K, trans comedian, on the pod, so it was nice. It was nice. And we're gonna be looking for more as kind of like established guests, experts in certain fields. Yeah. Salem Kunuich, you know I talked to Robert Evans, right? Salem Kunuich, I interviewed Robert for the documentary I did on de-radicalizing white nationalists. Like yeah. Anyway. Check out this vid when you get the chance. Let me check it out. So, yeah, Salem couldn't wait. Yeah, I go check out that video I did. Go check out Return. Came out in, when was that? December? Yeah, that video, the Return, is one of my favorite like documentaries I've done, where I interviewed 5 former white nationalists and kind of talked about their path of de-radicalization and how that obviously fucking applies today. And it's as hopeful as a lot of their personal stories are. It's kind of wild how all 5 of these people, who none of them knew each other, well, 2 of them knew each other, but not before they were white nationalists. But like none of them came from similar backgrounds or areas in the country. Some of them were from Canada, at every different like economic bracket, every different age group when they got sucked into this shit. And it just, like, it is, talking to all these people about their personal journeys of de-radicalization is, again, it's hopeful because you're talking to them about how they got from being these miserable, hateful pieces of shit to trying to meaningfully turn their life around. And then almost all their answers are like, hey, if you ask them, how do we tackle this kind of shit in a larger context, they're like, you can't. You just fucking can't. Like, straight up, it is so much easier to massively radicalize and imbue hate into a populace than it is to de-radicalize them. And it's like, cool. That's fucking so sick. Love that. I really love the Wolfenstein game, but I'm really bad at Wolfenstein Live. Yeah, Behind the Bastards gave me depression. It'll do that. It'll do that. Yeah, no, electoralism. So we'll talk. Hey, everybody save doomerism for like 20 minutes. All right, 20 minutes from now, because we got. Oh God. I hate this little weasel fuck. Oh, okay. Look, I don't have a lot of like. I'm not generally or genuinely a violent, either way, a violent person. Like in my day-to-day life, I don't go around. I'm not like a Matt Walsh or a Stephen Miller even, who just goes around driven, encouraged in my life by violent fantasies I've concocted of people who just don't meet my arbitrary standards for how people should act or be. That's not really my thing. I very much live and let live. That being said, there is nothing that happens, and I've said this before about certain people. There is nothing that happens in a Saw film, in the Hostel franchise, in the Terrifier franchise of feature films, that I do not wish upon this bald-headed Nazi rat fuck. It's just one person. I don't think that's so bad. No, I truly believe. So that's what I fucking said. Is like when I was looking at the 4chan link that people were like, "Oh yeah, this is totally Elon." I'm like, no, this doesn't have the joie de vivre. It doesn't have the fucking that missing sauce to be Elon. It could have been Stephen Miller. I'd fully believe Stephen Miller has a 4chan account where he LARPs as the Antichrist, like 100%. Yeah. Hey, Super. Oh, God. All right, let's go to this first. Elon Musk offered to impregnate glamorous influencer, then retaliated when she turned him down. Imagine, chat. You know, okay, here's the fascinating part about Elon is that he is managing to single-handedly disprove every manosphere dipshit incel influencer of the last 10 years. All of these Andrew Tate motherfuckers, all of these people who have gone out and said like, "Oh, if you want to get hot bitches, you just need a lot of money and a Bugatti." It's like, no, because look at Elon Musk, the richest person in the world, apparently, has less than no fucking game. Less than no fucking game. He owns the platform he communicates with people on. Still can't get him. Like, it's kind of incredible. In a way, it's kind of incredible. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, DD, he's a high value male. Is he though? Like I think Elon Musk, if the world was right and just and people were rational, Elon Musk would inspire a legion of like anti-incels, right? Elon Musk would inspire an entire group of young men to start valuing themselves beyond just like the monetary, beyond just like the perceived riches they can offer others and the status they can acquire. Because it's obvious from this motherfucker and how many people fucking hate him that actually doesn't matter so much. Like, Elon Musk is an incredibly lonely, sad person. And all the fucking money, the people that he's able to pay to have sex with him, don't seem to change that. Just saying, something to think about. I feel like anti-incels are just normal people. No, I want a legion of dedicated anti-incels. I want people who have entire forums dedicated to them talking about how much they love and appreciate their partner genuinely. How much they're like, damn, I would do anything for this shawty. Damn, she loves me even though I'm kind of broke right now. That's what's up. That's what I need. That would be sick, unironically. That's what I'm fucking saying. Like, and here's, not to get off topic here, which, you know, we do. The thing that I don't think a lot of people understand is how much male socialization and both negative and positive socialization impacts people. When it comes to, especially in high school, especially when boys are growing up, the idea of having an older masculine figure offer corrective advice, that if you have somebody who says, you know, if you have, say you have a 14-year-old, right, where trying to hang out with like older kids, hanging out with his older brother's friends or something, right? And the 14-year-old lets the R slur slip out. It takes one of those older kids to just not even like hit him, not bully him, not do anything, just like kind of smack him on the shoulder and be like, hey, that's not fucking cool. One kid won't use it again. I guarantee it. If he looks up to those kids, he won't. Yeah, bro, don't fucking say that shit. That's not fucking cool. Hit him with that. You think that shit's fucking funny? Like, the idea of it I mean, it's what happened to me, honestly. Like, don't get me wrong. Some people are always going to be assholes. Some people are going to internalize that and be like, oh, well, it's everybody else who's wrong. You can't help everybody. But the amount of people, and I am living proof of this, where I was, and I think I've talked about it, I was like a very cruel person my first year of high school. I insulted a lot of people that I thought were my friends, and they did nothing to insult them. Like they did nothing to deserve it. I was just like trying to make jokes. I was trying to make people laugh, but I did it at the expense of everybody else. And it took multiple people saying like, "Hey, nobody fucking likes that. Knock it the fuck off." Because, you know, again, I was a fucking idiot in freshman year of high school, like most people are. But that really was a massive pivoting point. Like it was. Because of that socialization from my mostly male friends who I was like, "Oh, I thought I was cool with y'all. I thought we were tight. I thought we were cool." Male, and I had friends of all genders in high school. And it was one of those things that I think it really turned my entire high school experience around. It did, because guess what? The next year, I stopped doing that shit. I was still able to make jokes. I was still edgy with my humor. But everybody liked me more. People started inviting me to shit. I was never popular, because I was like, people like me are never popular in high school. But it was the kind of lifelong lesson that you learn where it's like, oh, it is not other people choosing to be fucking offended and woke for it. It's me choosing not to be an asshole that affects the outcome of this situation. Anyway. Sorry, excuse me. Oh, God, it is so... The allergies are kicking my ass. Slow-Mo Panda, thank you very much for 7 months. Hi, hi, hi. Oh, boy, thank you very much for following. All right, tell you what, I'm gonna go like try and clear my sinuses and shit out, so I'm not just like into the fucking mic. I'll be right back, and then we'll talk about how Rizzless Elon is. Alrighty. Hey, Chris Taylor at this. Oh my gosh. Ugh. So, uh, Elon Musk allegedly offered to, oh, what an offer, offered to impregnate right-wing influencer Tiffany Fong. So here's the thing. There is functionally, by the way, there's functionally no difference between this and like soliciting prostitutes. Like offering to pay somebody for sex. There's just not. Like his first and foremost interest was sexual conduct that he offered to pay for, in so many words. That's what's happening here. Just a little quick thing to bring up. And then retaliated by harming her ex earnings when she declined his approach. The SpaceX founder, 53, said to be not for 53-year-olds. There are some fine 53-year-olds out there, but him, creating a legion of offspring, offering women he deems as intelligence the chance to discreetly bear his children in exchange for millions of dollars. Well, that's prostitution. The chance. Oh, God. Was one of the women approached by Musk, reported by the Wall Street Journal. Months ago, Fong caused a stir on X by sharing the huge sums of money she had been earning from the platform's ad-sharing program, sometimes receiving as much as $21,000 over a 2-week period. During the height of her X income, Musk allegedly sent her a direct message asking if she was interested in having his baby, even though the two had never met in person, sources told the Wall Street Journal. Fong declined the offer and shared the incident with another right-wing influencer, Ashley St. Clair, who says she had Musk's son last year. That's fucking... God... Like, that's fucking insane, dude. Like, and again, if this were a Democrat, if this was somebody related to a Democrat on Capitol Hill, this is literally the only thing conservatives would talk about for months. And I feel like the entire world, granted, there's a lot more important shit happening that we'll talk about, but I feel like people are really fucking glossing over this. Like, I feel like every time something about Elon being a weirdo sex pest comes out, people are just like, yeah, we fucking know. Like, yeah. What, you think people are going to fuck him willingly? You've seen him try and tell jokes. Like, everybody feels this way. Yeah, I believe he does use IVF. I do believe so. The report also revealed that a paternity test determined Musk is 99.99999% likely to be the father of Ashley St. Clair, even though he said he is not sure about paternity. Fuck. Musk slammed the Wall Street Journal by essentially saying that the celebrity gossip website TMZ was a better publication. Jesus Christ. St. Clair claimed Musk, who says he provided her at least $2.5 million to date in March, offered her $15 million and $100,000 a month to not publicly disclose he's the father of the child until he turns 21. Fuck. Jared Burchell, Musk's fixer, told St. Clair this is similar to what Musk has agreed with the other mothers of his children, who include pop star Grimes and Neuralink executive Siobhan Zillis. God, what a fucking... Like... Insane. I'm glad they have the whole thing on here. Ugh. What a fucking gross motherfucker. What a fucking loser piece of shit. It couldn't be me. No Rizz, no swag, nobody's surprised. So yeah, we need to talk about Kilmar Abrego Garcia. From The Guardian, legal deportation of Maryland man has become a flashpoint as Trump tests limits of his executive power. I'm not going to fucking sugarcoat it, y'all. This story has really fucked me up in the last couple days. I have legitimately lost sleep over it, over thinking of this shit, because it feels very much like peering into an abyss. Like, this is some Elie Wiesel night shit. This is harrowing in a way that, like, you can look at all the stuff about the economy, you can look at all the stuff about trans rights, and you can look at it and you go, okay, but you get this motherfucker out of office, you do this, that, and the other, you can fix this. The thing we're about to dive into is existentially maddening in a way that there is no correction for. There is no recourse morally. So a man wrongly deported to a notorious prison in El Salvador has become a flashpoint as Trump tests the limit of his executive power. On Tuesday, a federal judge rebuked the Trump administration for taking no steps to secure his release, despite a Supreme Court order that, mind you, was 9-0. The administration previously conceded his deportation was an administrative error, but has since refused to bring him back and dug in on its contention that it should not be responsible for his repatriation. Abrego Garcia, 29, is a Salvadorian immigrant who entered the U.S. illegally around 2011 because he and his family were facing threats by local gangs. In 2019, he was detained by police outside a Home Depot. He denied knowledge of a crime, repeatedly denied he was part of a gang. He was subsequently put in immigration proceedings where officials argued they believed he was part of the MS-13 gang in New York based on his Chicago Bulls gear and on the word of a confidential informant. A U.S. immigration judge granted him protection from deportation because he was likely to face gang persecution. He was released, and Immigration and Customs Enforcement did not appeal or try to deport him. He was living in Maryland with his wife, a U.S. citizen, and has had a work permit since 2019. The couple are parents to their son and their 2 children from a previous relationship. So, work permit, married to a U.S. citizen, has 2 children, at-home dad. Very likely providing for his family. If he was a vicious gang member, which, by the way, the narrative that if you needed any more proof that places like Newsmax, places like Fox News are just now state-run media, that they just serve the whims of Trump, go watch those fucking sycophantic weasels, Jesse Waters and Greg Gutfeld, talk about this, having probably never actually worked an honest job a day in their fucking cushy lives. Talk about this man as if he's just a piece of meat to be discarded because it went rotten. He was detained on 12 March and was questioned about gang affiliation. He was deported on one of 3 high-profile deportation flights. Flight also included Venezuelans whom the government accuses of being gang members and assumed special powers to expel without a hearing. Now, here's the really important part, right? None of these people faced any kind of due process. None of these people had any kind of hearing. They were, in a very real sense, racially profiled, gathered up, and sent to a prison in another fucking country that, by the way, it sure seems like we are paying for them to maintain this. He's currently being detained in the Center for Terrorism Confinement, a controversial mega prison in Tecoluca, El Salvador, known for its harsh conditions. The U.S. is paying El Salvador $6 million to house people who it alleges are members of the Tren de Aragua gang for a year. Alleges. Mind you, again, no due process, no fucking proof for any of this shit. On Saturday, the Trump administration confirmed he was alive. Let me fucking see that. Trump lawyers confirm wrongly deported man in El Salvador prison. Has had a work permit since 2019, but was stopped and detained. She's been rallying outside court and has urged their supporters to keep fighting for him and all the Kilmars out there whose stories are still waiting to be heard. That is an incredible thing to contemplate for a moment. The fact that this is just one of many people who have been just snatched, black-bagged, and sent to another fucking country. Now, they say this was an administrative error. Now, here's the double down, the backlash, all of this shit, and where it comes down to. They acknowledged that it was a mistake. They've been ordered to facilitate him coming back. And now, both Trump and Bukele, who was at the White House a couple days ago are refusing to do anything about it. This has led to a lot of, and I've had time to think about this, this has led to a lot of speculation of if he's even still alive, and I'll get to that more. But let's go to the scumfucks running interference for this life-ruining fuck-up of a man, a working-class man with 2 children, and a citizen who's his wife, who was extradited without any kind of due process, who had a work permit for 6 years.
Well, I think the conversation is going to be extremely beneficial. El Salvador's been a fantastic partner, and when I was in El Salvador visiting with President Bukele, we talked about the fact that he would accept more flights, would accept more individuals into.
By the way, I want to touch on a little bit because fuck Brianna Wu. Brianna's fucking awful dog shit take about how Kristi Noem is the standard for makeup that trans women should look up to. Fuck off, Brianna. Shut the fuck up. You're just out here actually bootlicking for the fascists with their dog shit ass tacked on makeup. My makeup isn't good enough to criticize others today, but fuck you.
CCOT, so I'm looking forward to that partnership continuing.
So that was Kristi Noem last hour here on Fox. President Trump's getting ready to welcome the leader of El Salvador to the White House amid the fallout over a man mistakenly deported there. White House argues it does not have to bring him back. Supreme Court says you have to facilitate that. Stephen Miller, White House Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy, Homeland Security Advisor, here to straighten it out. And, sir, good morning to you. Got a couple minutes. I want to motor through a bunch of things here, okay? Here's the argument on topic number 1. DOJ said a federal court cannot compel the executive branch to engage in any mandated act of diplomacy or incursion upon the sovereignty of another nation. So your argument is that you don't have to bring him back home, but will you?
So I want to correct, I hate to do it, Bill, but I got to correct you on every single thing that you said because it was all wrong. First, we won the Supreme Court case. Clearly, 9-0, a district court judge said unconscionably that the president and his administration have to go into El Salvador and extradite one of their citizens, an El Salvadorian citizen, so that would be kidnapping, that we have to...
Fucking kidding. Okay, so let me fucking get this straight. This is the line this dipshit is going with. Is A, just straight up lying about the Supreme Court case. B, saying that, okay, if Americans went into a prison that we pay them to maintain, by the way, where we put a prisoner, it would be kidnapping? That's the fucking... That's what you're going with. You sat down. You put your thinking cap on that stupid, bald, megamind ass head, and you were like, yeah, that's the move. They'll fucking eat this shit up.
Kidnap an El Salvadorian citizen against the will of his government and fly him back to America, which would be an unimaginable act and an invasion of El Salvador's sovereignty. So we appealed to the Supreme Court, and it said clearly, no district court can compel the president to exercise his Article 2 foreign powers in any way whatsoever. DOJ called me after that Supreme Court ruling, and they said, this is amazing. We won this case 9-0. We are in excellent standing here. So this has been portrayed wrong for 72 hours in the media. They said the most a court could ever compel you to do would be to facilitate return, which would basically mean if El Salvador voluntarily sends him back, we wouldn't block him at the airport. We would put him back into ICE detention, and then he would be deported either back to El Salvador or somewhere else. The Supreme Court said that is the most the government can be expected to do. So we won the case handily. The misreporting on this has been atrocious.
Okay,
Secondly,
I appreciate
he was
the
not, no, Bill, it's important. He was not mistaken.
White House defiant against Supreme Court says ruling was in our favor. Stephen Miller egregiously represented a Supreme Court order. No, I'm going back to it. I'm going back to it. Term misinformation has become somewhat overused in recent times. It seems applicable here. Miller egregiously represented what the Supreme Court actually said. Was he lying? He was lying. Yeah. District Court's order properly requires the government to facilitate Abrego Garcia's release from custody in El Salvador and ensure the case is handled as it would have been had he not been improperly sent to El Salvador, which, by the way, probably not actually what Stephen Miller is saying. Is like, oh, he'd be deported anyway. Probably fucking not. If it was handled properly and he actually got due process. Be prepared to share what it can concerning the steps it has taken and the prospect of further steps. Yeah. In a 9-0 ruling, they declined to block a lower court's order to facilitate bringing back Kilmar Abrego Garcia. You ruled unanimously the administration must try to release a Maryland man. He's just fucking lying.
Mistakenly sent to El Salvador.
Okay, so do you still believe
he's an illegal
he is a
alien
member of
from
MS?
El Salvador? Hold on, this is important. In 2019, he was ordered deported. He has a final removal order from the United States.
In 2019, he got a work permit. Once again, they are lying. Do not believe what you see with your eyes. Believe exactly what we tell you.
These are things that no one disputes. Where is he from? El Salvador. Where is he a resident and citizen of? El Salvador. Is he here illegally? Yes. Does he have a deportation order? Yes. A DOJ lawyer who has since been relieved of duty, a saboteur, a Democrat, put into a...
So that should be another fucking massive red flag. The person who disagreed with us, we fired. For real? Again, you're just saying this shit. Like...
filing incorrectly that this was a mistaken removal. It was not. This was the right person sent to the right place. Now, some have said, well, but he had a thing called a withholding order. So a withholding order means you've been ordered deported, but an immigration judge is saying you cannot go back to a particular country. Here's the thing. If you are a member of a foreign terrorist organization, you cannot have a withholding order. Since he's in MS-13, there is no withholding order. Furthermore, the gang that he is accused of being persecuted by doesn't exist anymore in El Salvador. The 18th Street gang is gone. So you have an illegal alien from El Salvador. Bill, where are we supposed to send the illegal alien from El Salvador?
You haven't even
to
allowed
what
me
country?
to ask you a question. Are you convinced he is still a member of MS-13? That was your original charge.
Yes. Not only, but here's the thing, Bill. Yes, but here, not only am I convinced of it, not only is El Salvador convinced of it, Bill, he's an illegal alien from El Salvador with the deportation.
He didn't have a deportation order. He might be an illegal alien from El Salvador. He was fleeing gang violence. He has an established life here, a work permit here. And there is, again, no evidence that has come out that he's actually MS-13. There are no pictures of him running guns and running drugs and fucking fentanyl and all this other bullshit they want to talk about. Because they don't fucking have it. And they're just lying until this shit goes away.
Order. So his only options in life, Bill, his only options in life are to be deported to El Salvador or to be deported to some other country. That's it. He has a deportation order. So, Bill, you tell me, what country should we deport him to? Tell me, please. Tell me.
So Marco Rubio on Sunday morning said this. On Saturday night, another 10 criminals from the MS-13 and Tren de Aragua foreign terrorist organizations arrived in El Salvador. The alliance between the president and president of El Salvador has become an example for security and prosperity in our hemisphere. So I don't know if this comes up today. I imagine it will. Is Gitmo still open? Are there any illegal immigrants who have been taken to Guantanamo Bay today, or has that prison been closed?
It's not been closed.
It's wide open. Gitmo is open. There are a number of foreign terrorist aliens that are being housed.
I'd like to also point out that for most of my adulthood and childhood, Gitmo has been regarded as one of the bleakest, dark spots on American foreign policy. The black site where we took unknowable amounts of brown people in the Afghanistan and Iraq wars. Did God knows what to them. Who knows what became of how many of them, how many people have spent most of their lives, their short lives on this earth rotting away there. And it says so much that he responds to questions of it still being open with a childlike glee.
Gitmo, awaiting final removal to another destination. But what I want to be very clear on,
Can you tell me how
Bill,
many?
No, I cannot. That's operationally sensitive
Is it
information.
Dozens or more?
It's a large number. The exact number is operationally sensitive to do with military and other considerations relating to the security of those who are there and the security of those who are operating the facility. But I want to be very, very clear about this, Bill. We've been living through a hoax. Nobody was mistakenly sent to El Salvador. He was ordered deported from this country in 2019.
So this motherfucker wants you to believe that we took hundreds and hundreds of people who have been living here, some of them, like this man, for many, many years, over a decade. And he wants you to believe that without any kind of due process, any kind of processing apparatus whatsoever, just gathering people basically off the street, housing them in squalid conditions, and then mounting them immediately onto a fucking plane for their little photo ops with fucking Hitler, Barbie, Christy Gnome, that there were no people mistakenly taken. That's the line. They've decided to keep digging in.
He's an illegal alien. His home nation is El Salvador. That is where he belongs. An illegal alien from El Salvador gets sent to El Salvador. When you have a withholding order, to be clear, that does not pause your deportation. In other words, in the worst case scenario, it means you get deported to another country. It means you get deported to Africa or get deported to Asia or you get deported to the Middle East. It doesn't mean you don't get deported. Either way, you're detained and deported. But in this case, because the withholding order doesn't apply to members who are of foreign terrorist organizations, that is obviated. By the way, this is an immigration court under the control and direction of the Department of Justice, not an Article 3 court. It's an Article 2 court. Additionally, as I mentioned, the gang, the cross-rival gang that he says was coming after him, so he's an MS-13. He's saying, well, he was going to be persecuted by the 18th Street gang. That gang doesn't exist anymore in El Salvador. What are we supposed to do, Bill? Keep all the world's terrorists on our soil forever? If you're here illegally, you're going to get sent home.
So quickly,
and I'm sorry to everyone that you've been living through this media hoax. And we won the Supreme Court case. They overturned the ruling of the district court and said clearly that no administration can be compelled to engage in foreign policy to extradite a citizen of another country.
I want to squeeze this in. The activists from Columbia University won a case there from a judge saying you can be deported. There'll be an appeals process that could go on for some time. Will Mahmoud Khalil be deported from the United States? Quick answer on that, please.
Yes, he will, as will anyone who preaches hate for America. His organization said they wanted to eradicate Western civilization. Look, under this country, under this administration, under President Trump, people who hate America, who threaten our citizens, who rape, who murder, and who support those who rape and murder are going to be ejected from this country. And
notably, Actual rapists like Andrew Tate have been welcomed by the conservatives like this fuck with open arms. Trump himself, naturally a rapist. Him basically, again, don't let it slip past you and all the bullshit. Him equating a peaceful Palestinian protester, somebody calling for ceasefire and organizing for an international conflict that people like Stephen Miller, just want to see wiped off the board, just want to see forgotten about. So people like Trump can fucking raze Gaza to the ground and put up some kind of fucking apartment development. And he wants to equate a peaceful protester with a rapist and a murderer and gang members and all this other shit. So that brings me to the really dark part of this. Somehow, it still has room to get so much darker. And I want to preface this, give a slight content warning, because this has been going around on social media. This is a aerial screenshot that, by the way, some websites have started trying to cover up, of the prison that that man was sent to. Give me 1 second. This is so here's the thing. Other people have shown previous screenshots from the same location where this entire section was clear pavement. There was nothing there. And now, obviously we can't see because of the resolution from Google Maps what specifically these things are. But when you look here, and when you look at the surrounding area, you will see something vaguely flesh-colored, surrounded by a massive number of red stains. And when I first saw this, my first reaction was, nah, like that can't be, Then I saw, I don't have the comparison picture, but you can go find it. I saw the comparison picture, and I don't fucking know, man. I don't fucking know. Yeah, here's the thing. It looks like a pile of something. It looks like a pile of something. And so, nobody can really say for sure. There's a Democrat is going down. You can go to, just look up the prison on Twitter right now. Yeah, whatever that is, that's the thing that gets me. Is if you have ever seen an accident scene, if you ever seen war photos, yeah, this is CECOT. This is the prison that guy's being housed in. Let me see, Oh, it's already on fucking Wikipedia, huh? Oh, different one. Oh, thank you. Awesome. Awesome, Stella, coming in clutch. Thank you. I appreciate it. This satellite image of El Salvador's maximum security prison where the Trump administration has been sending deportees has gone viral. My colleague Richard Irving, who is this? Senior journalist at BBC. Colleague Richard Irving Brown and I have been looking at satellite images to see if there's any proof. First of all, using Google Earth's historical imagery feature shows the image that's gone viral is from March 2024. Okay. Latest available on Google before Trump became president. Google's historical imagery. Oh, you're debunking me right here. This isn't to say bad things may or may not. The dark patch, pile patch rather than blood. Could be a food preparation area. Okay. See, this was the original one. I mean, yeah, like, here's the thing. I would rather be fucking proved to be a hoax, too. There have been statements by officials that they don't deserve meat. Yeah, that doesn't fucking surprise me. A bunch of Trump sycophants and wannabe dick suckers have been going down there to take their little fucking photo ops, like I was saying with what's her fucking face. Let's see if I can find Kristi Noem. Yeah, Virginia congressman posts selfie with inmates at maximum security prison. Kristi Noem uses inmates in photo op. Mega prison. More than 200 Venezuelan immigrants who have been accused of gang activity and violent crime. There's apparently, most have no apparent criminal records. Trump administration has not identified the migrants who were sent, provided any evidence they are gang members or that they committed any crimes in the U.S. Yes, no, get out of here. Stop it. God damn it. The jail will eventually hold more than 40,000 people. This is where they've been sending people who've made lives here. People who have no criminal records. People who fled here, fled violence. Who have families, children. People who are hairdressers. People who have friends. This is what Stephen Miller wants to happen. Each has 32 cells of about 100 square meters to hold more than 100 prisoners in each cell, the government says. The cells only have 2 sinks and 2 toilets each. Human Rights Watch. People held in CECOT, mind you, again, these are people who did not face any kind of proper processing before they were sent here. Denied communications with the relatives and lawyers only appear before courts in online hearings, often in groups of several hundred detainees at the same time. The Salvadoran government has described people in CECOT as terrorists and has said that they will never leave. Human Rights Watch is not aware of any detainees who have been released. The government of El Salvador denies human rights groups access to its prisons that has only allowed journalists and social media influencers under highly controlled circumstances. In videos produced during these visits, Salvadoran authorities are seen saying the prisoners only leave the cell for 30 minutes a day. Some are held in solitary confinement, which are completely dark. Over 3,300 children have been detained, many without any ties to gang activity or criminal organizations. Human Rights Watch documented 66 cases of children subjected to torture, ill treatment, and appalling conditions, including at times extreme overcrowding, unhygienic conditions, and inadequate access to food and medical care. In February, the Legislative Assembly approved a law ordering the transfer of children detained for organized crime to the country's adult prison system, exposing them to a heightened risk of abuse and violating international juvenile justice standards. A third-day detainee held in prison in June 2022 described being sent to what he described as a punishment cell. He said officers moved him and others there to make room for other detainees. The new cell was constantly dark. Detainees had to sleep standing due to overcrowding, and there was no regular access to drinking water. In one case, a person who died in custody was buried in a mass grave without the family's knowledge. This practice could amount to an enforced disappearance if authorities intentionally concealed the fate or whereabouts. Interviewees with deportees and their relatives or friends, we collected accounts of 3 male deportees from the United States who said they were beaten by police or soldiers during arrest, followed by beatings during their time in custody, which lasted between 3 days to over a year. During their time in prison, 2 of these individuals reported being kicked in the face and testicles. A third man described being kicked by guards in his neck and abdomen, after which he sustained injuries requiring an operation for a ruptured pancreas and spleen, months-long hospitalization, and 60 days of post-release treatment. I accidentally did that. For those who didn't see, I clicked out of the picture of Holocaust survivors being rescued and over to this headline about that prison. And they look the same. But no, we're not done talking about this, unfortunately. Much as I would like to be, I wouldn't be doing my full due diligence. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I gotta blow my nose again. All right. ICE director envisions Amazon-like mass deportation system, Prime, but with human beings. Trump immigration officials tout expanding the Alien Enemies Act while courting private contractors for mass removal. So not only are we going to see more people, by the way, very likely U.S. citizens, they're already floating the idea of U.S. citizens. Like don't make a mistake. Trump just casually saying, "Oh, we're sending quote unquote homegrowns." That's what he was saying to Bukele. Oh, we got to send homegrowns there. People who were born in America are going to be sent, exported to a place where American citizens won't be able to see them easily. Out of sight, out of mind. But what will stop any of those people from being political agitators? When you have peaceful Palestinian protesters being targeted, being labeled alongside terrorists and rapists and murderers, saying just because they hate America, they need to leave. What's going to stop when there's no political process? When there's not even a judicial process for the people that they're sending to likely torture, malnutrition, death right now. So, what does the conservative contingent of America do? Let's fucking turbocharge that shit and make money off of it. If we're going to fucking ethnically cleanse, well, hell, Tom Homan thinks we might as well make a buck too. The leader of ICE said that his dream for the agency is squads of trucks rounding up immigrants for deportation the same way Amazon trucks crisscross American cities delivering packages. We need to get better at treating this like a business. Several speakers, including Homan, told the military-industrial complex representatives that the Trump administration is depending on the private sector to implement its mass deportation agendas. Quote, "We need to buy more beds, more airplane flights, and I know a lot of you here are here for that reason. Let the badge and guns do the badge and gun stuff. Everything else, let's contract out." Military-grade surveillance tech on display at Border Security Expo in Phoenix. Oh, the Mirror has a list of companies. Let's go down the list. See who's going to be making up this Amazon. Awesome, Stella. Thank you for 40 bets. I got to go to bed. I'm going to probably lurk for the night. Hope my links help. They did. Let's see. ARX perimeters. By the way. And I'm not saying anything. I'm not advocating anything, certainly. But all of these people have addresses. They have CEOs who run these companies. They have homes. Got Covercraft Industries. Automotive, marine, and recreational vehicle products. Dragon Force is a command and control team collaboration platform. Wow. Geospatial data into game-changing intelligence, powered by our AI-driven Lens platform. At Leonardo, we're dedicated to providing advanced ALPR technology to law enforcement. Parking authorities. Logitech. You should not forget that in Nazi Germany, famously, many major companies, Hugo Boss, Volkswagen, acquiesced and profited from the Nazi regime. Unless you needed reminding, after seeing Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, all the fucking billionaires at Trump's inauguration sucking his tiny little toad dick, capital doesn't have morality. They have shareholders. And for shareholders, what is morally right and acceptable can be put on fucking hold. Gay Ghost Prince, thank you for 6 months. I will not be Fed post. Yeah, I will not Fed post. Do not Fed post. Matthews Environmental Solutions, a leader in the design and manufacture of advanced combustion systems, including cremation equipment, waste-to-energy conversion, and emission control systems. With more than 5,000 installations across 7 continents, we have helped set the standard for productivity, reliability, and environmental performance worldwide. All exhibitors. Look at all of the people. Just think of all these companies of various size. I'm sure some of them have hundreds of employees. I'm sure some of them are just little startups. All of the people who have financial interests in the cruelty we just saw. All of the people who are betting on people they've never met, people they don't know, people with lives, families, children, hopes, dreams, being sent into a hell on earth torture hole. Posting it in chat. The mayor examined the list of companies in attendance, found that some of them have ties to Trump, such as Anduril Industries, which is tied to Peter Thiel. The director of defense technology was nominated by Trump to serve as the Army's #2 private prison company. Geo Group, an ICE contractor who has seen its stock price skyrocket since Trump's election, was also present at the event. Honan defended the controversial Alien Enemies Act, the 1798 law that was last used during World War II to intern Japanese Americans. Famously something that people is still taught is a good thing today. Give me a second. I need to put in some nose spray or something. I'm getting so fucking sniffly. Fucking mad sniffly, dog. Lyon says that he hopes they can infuse artificial intelligence into the process to free up bed space and fill up airplanes, taking immigrants back to their home countries at a faster rate. There's been no evidence of widespread voter fraud connected to illegal immigration. You notice how all of these things they're doing as they inch closer to just... we literally already saw Stephen Miller talk about how one person at the DHS who was a liberal, who was against Donald Trump, who's been fired, by the way, like we already saw, that they don't have a problem just letting people go if they don't fall in line with their agenda. So, where does that go? Like it doesn't take a fucking brilliant political analyst to see that there is unless something fucking stops, something big happens. Like, there's a very real fucking like, I wouldn't be fucking surprised. I'm shocked, so I need to talk a little bit about this. Maryland senator unable to secure meeting with deported immigrant in El Salvador. He had not been allowed to see a Salvadoran immigrant who was mistakenly deported. Fuck you. I am already signed up. Fuck. There will be more members of Congress coming, Van Hollen said in an emotional media availability. This is an unsustainable and unjust moment, so it cannot continue. The senator's trip swiftly drew the ire of the White House. Again, they don't want fucking more eyes on their fuck-up that they continue to double down on. Communications Director Stephen Chung called Van Hollen a complete disgrace. Not been legally in the U.S. prison prior to his deportation, a 2019 court order said he could not be returned to El Salvador, and the Trump administration admitted in court documents he was deported there due to a clerical error. Again, completely fucking flying in the face of what Stephen Miller said earlier. In recent days, administration officials have denied he was mistakenly deported. They have alleged he is a member of MS-13, which the administration has designated a foreign terrorist organization, a claim his attorneys dispute, and at least one federal judge voiced skepticism towards. DOJ wouldn't say where he was. This, by the way, is another example, like the what good is a protest video I did. This is another example of a Democrat literally doing the bare fucking minimum for what any sitting representative should be fucking doing right now. Because it is very clear, everything we've seen, whatever happens in that prison, of which there are apparently copious human rights violations and abuses, probably dozens, if not hundreds, if not thousands of people there mistakenly who don't deserve to be suffering a living hell. And it is very clear that the El Salvadorian government, while taking millions of dollars of American money to facilitate this torture house, doesn't want people actually seeing what happens in there. Fucking Nazi cunts like Kristi Noem can go in there and not bat an eye. Because people like her, people like Stephen Miller, they're sadistic fucks cut from the exact same cloth. Whatever it is that is broken inside them, they don't have the same touch with humanity, with empathy, with sympathy, with understanding that everybody else does. Yeah, Swamp Frog person. It's a huge for-profit prison filled with no precautions, given zero oversight and no recourse for releasing those falsely imprisoned. It's one that, remember, the Human Rights Watch said that we've never seen anybody released from it. I mean, they're building it for 40,000 people. And they don't give a fuck about overcrowding facilities, obviously. They have one cell, 2 toilets, 2 sinks for 100 fucking people. Like, what do you even do in the face of this kind of cruelty? That they want, like it's shit that is fucking beyond parody, man. Like, it's stuff that is like, oh yeah, and we're gonna use AI to export even more people. Like, fucking. No, it is. Like I how long until this private for-profit prison, until these contractors get their hands in there and people are working to do jobs, to do manufacturing jobs, to make products and exporting them from 40,000 people in this fucking mega prison that they want to fill up. Exporting products to the rest of the world. Like the mind reels thinking about this kind of shit. Not just because of the, like, again, the insane amount of inhumanity, the cruelty at the nexus of all this shit that most people can't really fucking fathom. The idea of seeing people treated like this, knowing that there's nothing they did to deserve it, inspires in most regular people an empathy. But the true evil of all this, I feel, is that, like the Trump administration wants, it is meant to wear us down to the point where we do not care and we do not notice. People are noticing, though. There was AOC had a rally in fucking Idaho, sold out arena. I mean, sold out. I don't think they weren't charging, but completely full arena in motherfucking Idaho. Thank you, NSGU. Now, do I think AOC is our fucking savior? No. I wouldn't be fucking surprised if she tries to run for president, if they try and fucking deport her, honestly. I wouldn't be surprised at this fucking point. But I think it does show how many people, to have something like that. There are always going to be the cold, the cruel, the calloused people out there. But so many things are being pushed so quickly. The Overton window is being dragged. Not pushed. Dragged. Screaming into a level of unacceptability for most centrists. A lot of conservatives. And really, that's kind of the only hope that I think we have anymore, is intersectionality, is noticing and recognizing how everybody is, which is what we've been talking about, noticing and recognizing how everybody is affected by these issues. Let me. Oh. Ah! Attacking! Hello! Ah! What are you doing? Attacking! There you go, baby. Ugh. Lady cameo. I mean, like, I try not to be the "I told you so" person, right? Like, I really try. I don't like being the "Hey, I told you this would happen," because it sounds pompous. But I fucking like when I got back from CPAC, what did I fucking say, y'all? What did I say? Go back and watch my CPAC video, and I say, what is gonna fucking happen if Trump gets elected? What is gonna happen if we do not get fucking serious Democrats? Monty the Ogre Lady is named after Devil May Cry Lady. I also had a cat named Dante. Worshipper of Olympians, thank you for tier 1. Hips don't lie, thank you for following. Cheap eggs and gas. Yeah, that's not fucking happening. I do want to thank. I've been going through some money issues recently. Partially just because so much of my output has been fucking focused on this Bring On Away video. I haven't been putting out as many stream highlight videos. That's my B. I haven't been streaming as much because I've been so fucking busy. And I do want to thank everybody who gave and donated a little bit so I didn't fucking overdraft over this last week. Mostly because when I did actually go shopping, like it's hard to say. It's all incremental shit, right? Like it's hard to say what is actually tangibly getting more expensive because it kind of just all is. And like I'm constantly leveraging for myself, like, okay, are these sensible purchases? Like I don't eat bad food. Like I can go to my fridge right now. My main snacks are cherry tomatoes, carrots, and hummus. That's my main snacks. Like that's what I eat to try and stay like thin and shit. Neko Sirs, thank you so much for rating with a party of 86. Holy shit. And it's just like having enough money, it's so, oh God, it's so fucking depressing to be like, okay, you know what? I have a little bit of money. I can get food for a week. I can get some food for me, so I'm not always trying to eat out. I've been really, really, really trying to cut back on fast food. You may have noticed I haven't been ordering it as much on stream. Not like going like total cold turkey or anything. I want to eat better. I want to cook meals for myself again. I miss doing that. And I'm realizing that part of the reason I miss doing that is because I just don't have the fucking money to do it. Like, holy shit. It's no, I don't fuck with Sabra. I go Tribe, which unfortunately I think might also be Israeli owned. But I certainly don't fuck with Sabra. Yeah, and it's not. Here's the thing. It's not like I need. It's not like I'm going out and I'm buying steaks and I don't even buy eggs. Like I'm buying steaks and cereal and I need to like it is not. I'm not making like those big full family Costco trips where it's like, okay, I got to get the little baggies of potato chips and I need my little 12-pack of Propel and I need like some Gatorade and some fruit snacks. It's like, nah. Like I go on. I've talked about my 3-mile run, and since weather's been heating up a little bit, I've been going on a run. I've been trying to slim down for some cosplay that I'm doing. Yeah, Cirrus is here. And And so I go on a 3-mile run, and right by the end of the run trail is a like pretty decently priced grocery store. And that's kind of where I'm like, you know what do I want for the next couple days to tide me over? And it's like $50 for like a week's worth of stuff that I know, because I've been doing this for years. I've lived at the same fucking shithole apartment for years. I have, which hopefully I won't live at too much longer, but I've lived at the same shithole apartment for years. I have had, like, I've gone to that store for years, so I know roughly, like, kind of what things are going to run me, right? Oh, how fast am I hitting 3 miles? I run and I walk, so I do, like, a run, cool down, run, cool down. So it's like, I don't know, I can do it like 40, 50 minutes. Do I run 5? No. I do not run consistently enough. But, you know, bananas are one of the things I get. Like bananas, apples, some salad kits. What else do I get? I try and get rotisserie chicken because that's good to eat off of for like a week or so. Yeah. Potatoes, chickpeas, and beans. Calories are for the rich. Now I'm more interested in what cosplay you're doing than eating. I'm doing so if y'all follow Fiddy Vidal on Twitter, they have a gender swapped Black Cat, like the Spider-Man villain Black Cat, named Felix, that I have a jet black cat suit, and I've bought the white trim. I just need to sew it in. But I'm going to do a Felix cosplay, and then I still need to do my Angel Dust cosplay that I have. I bought and posted like teasers of it fucking ever ago. Yeah. That's fucking rough. Anyway. Let's do something not as fucking evil. That's funny. I don't know. That's pretty fucking vile. That's pretty rough. God damn. Oh yeah. Okay. No, I know what we can do before we get to the content cop. So I do need to talk about this. I don't want to go into the full RFK Jr. thing because like, I knew RFK Jr. would be bad, like fucking obviously. I did not anticipate my inability to listen to him speak for long periods of time, because it becomes so clear what a fucking idiot he is. And I do not think there's anybody like of course the people who have, you know, saying like foreign policy and shit, but I can't think of anybody who the ratio of how much power they have over most average Americans to how fucking stupid they are. Oh, it's crazy.
Or that for sure, but
yeah, so we need to talk about this. Yeah, no, he's determined to cure autism.
Sweet girl, like I said earlier, she was always happy, always playing. Her and Jordan would always be outside playing. She always cared about other kids too, you know. It's going to be hard moving forward, I know that for sure, but I guess that's our only option we got.
Just to clear this up, do you and your wife have any regrets about not giving the MMR to Daisy or any of your children?
Absolutely not. And from here on out, if I have any other kids in the future, they're not going to be vaccinated at all.
Peter, I want you and your wife to know that people around the world are praying for your family, and our movement know the truth about what happened.
Our movement knows the truth. For for context on what we're looking at there, that was the father of a young girl who died from measles, saying that he's proud she didn't get vaccinated and that none of the other kids they ever have are going to get vaccinated. No, Nash and O'Hash, they're not saying the government assassinated her. They are just fine with their child dying because at least it means she wasn't vaccinated. Critical Ox, thank you for $10. Thank you for all you do. I appreciate it. I think this is one of those moments that you look at and you're like, oh, it has been really hard for me personally to confront the idea that there are people who you cannot fucking reach. Because I sincerely want to believe that there is good in everybody. That there are so many things that unite all of us in our struggles, in life, in our experiences, that you should be able to find common ground in existence with almost everybody. You should be. That is not the way that society has been engineered. So instead, what we have are people who literally, and part of this has to do with the kind of unreality around all of us, this kind of second layer of reality that has been created and enforced by things like social media, political parties, different narratives around those political parties, conspiracies being accepted in the mainstream. And now we have people who functionally hurt and kill their own children like this. And I look at this, and this again, it was something I had to kind of tackle head on, my personal beliefs, my personal issues. When I was talking earlier about the return video, the video on the former white supremacists, where I had so many of these people who had managed to wrench themselves out of this dark, horrible pit that is usually tied to abuse, depression, wanting to find a place to belong, some like self-isolation, all of these different factors combined for almost all of them in why they fell into these right-wing rabbit holes. And I had really hoped to be more hopeful with that piece because I wanted there to be something that I could craft, I could create, I could go and talk to these people and figure out, how did you fucking do it? How are we getting, like, what can I tell people? What is the key to all this? And every single one of these people who have been doing this shit for 30 plus years, when I talked to Robert Evans for that same piece, he said the same thing. Fact checking doesn't do shit. And it is so hard to think about the people that cannot be reached. It really is. Like, those are the things that keep me up at night. Because I know there are people out there right now who watch the things that we saw in El Salvador, who will see pictures, whatever, there are going to be whistleblowers. There are going to be people and pictures that come out about that prison in the next couple of years. I guarantee it. There always is. And there's going to be people who look at that and are so ensconced, so bought into their chosen political movement, that in that moment they will forsake their natural humanity to support that. How long until we find mass graves? Human Rights Watch alleged that there were already mass graves. I'm pretty sure El Salvador has already had mass graves. Maybe not that prison. But their war on crime, testimony from police officers and conflicting statistics on mass graves are leading to question if the homicides the Civil War left unmarked graves countrywide. El Salvador has the highest prison population rate in the world. The U.S. administration intends to increase the number of people behind bars. Thank you very much, Jen. New Zealand, $10. Free Palestine. Content cop is okay. I respect Ian for bringing back what he has admitted isn't really part of his ideology anymore, to call out an old friend who's clearly not pro-Palestinian. Yeah. Carlos Martinez, thanks to the U.S.-trained Atlacatl Battalion being one example. Is that School of the Americas shit? I know about School of the Americas. Yeah, that's something fucking American. The history books made with input from like military contractors won't fucking tell you. School of the Americas, where American torturers basically taught any fucking number of South American psycho dictators and wannabe generals how to fucking just like torture and oppress their populations. Super cool shit. Yeah, go look up that shit. Here's the thing. And I've talked about before how I was raised conservative. So like raised not just conservative, but I was 6 when 9/11 happened. So peak conservative jingoism. Grew up perfectly in step with all the big fucking propaganda pieces. Like came up watching Transformers, playing Modern Warfare when these things were big, and it was like, oh, the fucking military, that's the coolest shit in the world. It's all about honor and service. There was a point in my life when I was a fucking idiot. There was a point in my life where I was a child, and that fucking dumbass Lee Greenwood song would get me misty thinking about, oh, just America said, fucking rock, flag, and eagle and all that bullshit. And one of the things that I think really broke that for me, really broke and dispelled the illusion of the American military as anything more than an apparatus for torture, coercion, enslavement, and violence, was learning about the School of the Americas. Like, that shit cooked my fucking brain. That is you want to talk about, conservatives love to fucking talk about like, oh, they didn't tell you this in school, they won't teach you this, they won't actually tell you that this person was responsible for this, or this person's linked to this, they won't tell you that vaccines cause this, and all this fucking bullshit that is made up. But you know what they actually won't fucking tell you is the role America has had in a very real way in stopping, overthrowing, murdering, backing every other horse than any socially progressive movement in South America for the last 150 years. Fine, thank you for tier 1 2 months in a row. Hey, DD, re-upping my sub on Friday. Hope to see you then. Thank you. Yeah, the Contras. Like funneling, like we know. And here's the insane shit. Again, when you know about like Iran-Contra is a fucking great example. When you learn about how the CIA in the 80s, 70s, 80s, and 90s had this whole loop of like running a cycle, a shadow economy that served multiple different layers, a shadow economy of guns, cocaine, and weapon systems, all that shit. to back different rebel and guerrilla movements. And the knock-on effect that those things fucking had, where it would be like, okay, no, it's running coke into and out of inner city. So we're also creating the drug crisis. We're also running that shit through black neighborhoods. Like, Critical Ox, did you see my donation? Thank you for all you did. Yeah. Thank you very much, Critical Ox. Oh, no, Miss Sinister, I didn't. Mick Sinister, I did not learn about that shit. That's what I'm talking about. I didn't learn about that shit in school. Nobody learns about that shit in school. Most people's American school, like, even all through, I took AP, Advanced Placement, whatever the fuck, ends around World War II, where we're still the good guys. The good guys. Where the most you'll hear about, the most you'll fucking hear about is shit having to do with, like, Japanese internment and how, oh, that was a real bad, but what are you gonna do? It was the time. Sacred Meow, the conservative gay, baffles me. Which one? Yeah, the CIA assassinated democratically elected officials just to keep fruit prices low. Where do you think the term banana republic comes from? He also idolizes Peter Thiel. Oof. Fucking oof. Thank you, Anglos, for making shit in Latin America even worse over the decades, because just can't stop wearing away your nose cartilage. Hey, don't look at me. I source my shit ethically. I get my coke from somebody who grows it here. That's not true. I get my coke from Brazil like everybody else. Colombia, not Brazil. Just now found out about School of the Americas. Yeah. People don't fucking talk about it. Yeah, go look up some of the fucking torture manuals that those sick motherfuckers would give to people. Like, and a lot of that shit has been, well, I don't know if it's been officially declassified, unless it's been in like one of those, yeah, you know, fuck it, we're declassifying all the JFK files and it's a bunch of shit that nobody's going to look through because here's 10 bajillion documents, and so nobody's going to find out what's actually in there for years and years. Yeah, you can't have the, oh man, the tariffs fucking up the coke prices. Yeah. Like, and here's the thing, Miss Genderlin. Miss Genderlin saying, that's insane, I hate finding out about things here and there that I just never knew about, makes me angry. The thing about it, the truly, that'll really cook your noodle, is that, okay, say every high schooler, right? Because everybody you go through what is like, in so many words, it's indoctrination. The American educational system is meant to make you feel like, you know, America is this great land of opportunity, that everybody's always been equal, or if we've been unequal in the past, we've fixed it through hard workers and civil rights advocates like Martin Luther King, but everything's good now. But if you knew more, for example, about, say, the workers' rights movements in the early 1900s, late 1800s, the actual workers' rights wars where people would have shootouts with the United States military because they wouldn't work mines, they wouldn't work railroads over unfair wages, unfair payment. How might that inform somebody's idea of workers' rights today? The lengths to which people would be willing to go to fight for worker advocation and rights. Because we don't really want to talk about that. If you knew all the shit that America had done, if you learned in your history book about Abu Ghraib, would you think so highly of American foreign policy at a young age? Would you be so willing to go directly into the military right out of high school? If you knew about how police firebombed and leveled an entire city block of a black neighborhood in the 80s, if those pictures were in your fucking history book, would you be so quick to say, Black Lives Matter, what are they complaining about? These people need to get a job. They need to get out of the intersection. I'm trying to get to work. Would you be so quick to say that? If you knew, again, how the CIA, how the United States government ran coke, crack cocaine, and ruined countless lives through black neighborhoods in the inner city. No. And it's because you do not have these contexts that you see so many fucking idiots, like the one we're looking at right now, who let their children die because they think it is somehow a lofty goal to remain willfully ignorant. They have internalized this idea of ignorance as a tenet of their freedom as an American. Pact 1558, thank you for $10. If you want to read more about it, The Politics of Heroin is a fantastic book. Dude was so on the money he had to go through a court to prove he didn't obtain the info illicitly. I remember Abu Ghraib being a large controversy briefly, but everyone forgot. Yeah, people sure forgot about that. People sure forgot about Pat Buchanan. Not Pat Buchanan. Fucking, what's his name? Pat Tillman. Fuck. Pat Buchanan. Jesus Christ. Y'all know about Pat Tillman, right? Like, do I need to drop more knowledge about y'all? James Buchanan. Yeah, I don't know why I said Pat Buchanan. Yeah, the Tulsa race riot. Mm-hmm. That's another one that, like, a lot of people didn't realize that until the fucking I remember the first time I saw it, and this was years and years ago, but it was the Black Wall Street episode of fucking Watchmen on HBO, which is a show I still haven't watched. But it's like, yeah. So let's look up the story of Pat Tillman real quick. And tell me again, the stories that you hear so much out of people like Alex Jones, people like, even now Tucker's getting way big on conspiracies, which is very funny. But you hear all of these things about how, the government's lying to you. It's the deep state, they're hiding the files from you. And of course, all this is in declassified documents. This has all come out on Capitol Hill and in testimonies and hearings. And you'll notice how it's all shit that, in the end, kind of just backs up their narratives that would solidify and cement control. It's never actually stuff that you would think. On the principles they espouse, you would think these stories would be ripe for the picking for conspiracists. You'd think, right? Pat Tillman is a fascinating story that everybody should look into. He was a football star. I believe he was an NHL hopeful. Went to Arizona State on a football scholarship, very close to his high school family and friends. Repeatedly mentioned his personal journals he drew strength from and deeply valued his closest friendships, parents, wife, and family. He was very committed to his high school sweetheart, whom he married shortly before his enlistment in the Army. Linebacker for Arizona State, made it to the Rose Bowl. Majored in marketing, graduated in 3.5 years with a 3.85. Many academic awards, including the Clyde B. Smith. In the 1998 NFL Draft, Tillman was selected as the 226th pick, given a signing bonus of just $21,000. So, pretty fucking good overall. 8 months after the September 11th attacks, after completing the 15 remaining games of the 2001 season, he turned down a contract offer of $3.6 million over 3 years to enlist in the U.S. Army. Tillman and his brother completed the Ranger Assessment and Selection Program, were assigned to the 2nd Ranger Battalion in Fort Lewis. He was subsequently deployed to Afghanistan on April 22nd, 2004. He was initially reported to have been killed by enemy combatants. An Afghan militia force allied soldier, Saeed Farad, was also killed in the action. Tillman's platoon leader, First Lieutenant David Uthlat, and his telephone operator, 19-year-old Jade Lane, were wounded in the incident. The Army initially claimed Tillman and his unit were attacked in an apparent ambush. It was not until after his burial that investigations by the DoD eventually ruling his death to has come by friendly fire. The Washington Post reported that prior to his death, Tillman called the invasion and occupation of Iraq fucking illegal. Why would you not? Nope, stop it. Let me go back up here. Yeah, funny that, right? People being like, An investigation by the U.S. Army Criminal Investigative Division concluded that Tillman and the Afghan militia soldier were killed by friendly fire when one part of his platoon fired upon the other in confusion after believing they heard, after nearby gunfire was mistakenly to be believed from enemy combatants. Report described in the Washington Post in 2005, prepared at the request of Tillman's family by Brigadier General Gary M. Jones, revealed that in the days immediately following the death, Army investigators were aware that Tillman had been killed by friendly fire. Shot 3. Okay, here's the fucking. All right, y'all want to get into conspiracy shit? Look at this shit. Listen to this. Listen to this. So you're thinking, okay, friendly fire. Tillman was shot 3 times in the head at less than 10 yards away. I'm gonna let that sink in. 3 times in the head, 10 yards away. Because you mistook a Army Ranger for a Afghani soldier. He was given a bunch of stuff. In the line of devastating enemy fire, but next day he sent a P4 confidential memo warning senior government members that Tillman might have actually been killed by senior fire. They were notified, which described Tillman's highly possible fratricide 4 days before Tillman's nationally televised memorial service, during which he was lauded as a war hero for dying while engaging the enemy. Jones reported that members of Tillman's unit burned his body armor and uniform in an apparent attempt to hide the fact he was killed. His notebook, which, according to author John Krakauer, Tillman had recorded some of his thoughts on Afghanistan, was also burned, a blatant violation of protocol. Several soldiers were punished by being removed. The notebook diary was never returned to his family. Its whereabouts are not publicly known. One investigation of the autopsy report concluded that Tillman was most likely killed as a result of fire from an M249 light machine gun. Jesus Christ. This would allow a competent user to place 3 bullets within a several-inch target from 40 or 50 yards, even from a moving vehicle. The bullet holes were tight and neat, suggesting a shot at close range. The doctor who examined Tillman's body after his death wrote the medical evidence did not match up with the scenario as described. In addition, in response to a FOIA request by the AP, the Defense Department released 2,300 pages of documents which were reported to indicate there had never been evidence of enemy fire. No member of Tillman's group had been hit. A 3-star general who withheld details approximately 70 times said that he had a bad memory, could not recall details of his actions. Army attorneys sent each other congratulatory emails for keeping criminal investigators at bay. Army doctors told the investigators that Tillman's wounds suggested murder because, quote, the medical evidence did not match up with the scenario as described. There's congressional inquiries, memorials and tributes, criticisms. Tillman was an atheist. According to speakers at his funeral, he was well-read, having read a number of religious texts, including the Bible, Quran, the Book of Mormon, as well as transcendentalist authors such as Ralph Waldo Emerson, Henry David Thoreau. Responding to religious overtones at the funeral, his youngest brother, Richard, said, "Just make no mistake, he'd want me to say this. He's not with God. He's fucking dead. He's not religious. Thank you for your thoughts, but he's fucking dead." Tillman held views which were critical of the Iraq War. According to Tillman's mother, a friend of Tillman had arranged a meeting for Tillman with author Noam Chomsky, a prominent critic of American foreign and military policy, to take place after his return from Afghanistan. Interviews, this is from sfgate.com. Interviews show a side of Pat Tillman not widely known, a fiercely independent thinker who enlisted, fought, and died, yet was critical of President Bush and opposed the war, where he served a tour of duty. He was an avid reader whose interests ranged from history books on World War II and Winston Churchill to the works of leftist Noam Chomsky, a favorite author. Unlike Cindy Sheehan, who is protesting against Bush because of the death of her son Casey in combat in Baghdad, Mary Tillman, who teaches in San Jose Public Junior High School, and her ex-husband, Patrick Tillman, 50, a San Jose lawyer, have avoided association with the anti-war movement. Pat Tillman's enlistment grabbed the attention of the nation in the highest levels of the Bush administration. A personal letter from Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld thanking him for serving his country now resides in a storage box put away by Pat's widow, Marie. Mm-hmm. There's a momentary lull in the firing, and he and the soldier next to him, thinking themselves safe, relaxed, stood up and started talking, but the shooting resumed. Tillman was hit in the wrist with shrapnel and in his body armor with numerous bullets. The soldier next to him testified, "I could hear the pain in his voice as he called out, 'Cease fire, friendlies, I am Pat fucking Tillman, damn it.' He said this over and over until he stopped, having been hit by 3 bullets in the forehead, killing him. The soldier continued, 'I then looked over at my side to see a river of blood coming down from where I was. I saw his head was gone. 2 other Rangers elsewhere on the mountainside were injured by the shrapnel. Kevin was unaware his brother had been killed until nearly an hour. Tillman's death came at a sensitive time for the Bush administration, just a week before the Army's abuse of prisoners at Abu Ghraib in Iraq became public and sparked a huge scandal. The Pentagon immediately announced that Tillman had died heroically in combat with the enemy, and Bush hailed him as an inspiration on and off the football field, as with all who made the ultimate sacrifice in the war on terror. So yeah, that's what happened to Pat Tillman. A devout leftist. God damn, there's a lot going on here. Tillman subscribed to The Economist magazine. A fellow soldier said Tillman created a makeshift base library of classic novels so his platoon mates would have literature to read in their downtime. He had no enemies. The guys who killed Pat were his biggest fans, he said. He had this great energy. Everybody loved him. Yeah. So, yeah. Who loves education, y'all? Fuck. What a fucking nightmare. I do want to go really quick. Where the fuck is him talking about No Mercy? It is like wild to see. Is he? 7 days ago. Was that 7 days ago? I don't fucking remember. Like the proliferation of slop is like woof. Like no, for real. I don't know what the Schedule 1 game is, but it looks like more streamer dog shit, so pause. There's no way he didn't fucking play it. Oh no, I tried it, so it's just him bitching and moaning about South of Midnight. Okay. No, it's not WWF No Mercy. I fucking wish. Did he? Did he not? Oh, CNN investigates the rise of extremism in the U.S., huh? AAA games are in trouble. Are they? Ah! God, look at his fucking soy face. Ugh. He really does have dead eyes. Concord sends their regards. What the fuck are you... I don't even... Okay. 3 days ago, is that what it is? Oh, here it is. Why? Oh, so it's just clips. Like he just did a 2-minute clip.
Let's see here. And did you see a new NSFW game removed because a bunch of people complained about it? I mean, it was a game where like you kidnap women and them, right? Yeah. Or the new game called No Mercy, featuring non-consensual themes, announced its removal from Steam after backlash and government pressure.
There's a fun thing that I'm willing to bet he's going to do, because I haven't watched this, I haven't seen this. Nightlight plush, Jesus, thank you for 20 months. There's a fun thing I'm willing to bet he's going to do, which you can tell somebody has an IQ about room temperature, or maybe a little bit less, when they're like, because one of the things I've seen come up with this is that people will say, well, you might hate the game that encourages and glorifies rape and incest, but you didn't have that problem with 50 Shades of Grey. And then I guess you have a problem with CNC and BDSM. It's like, well, no, because those are all different fucking things. You fucking idiot. So I'm willing to bet. I'm saying it. Asmund might take that point of view.
They defended the game as a fantasy while acknowledging its disturbing content.
Context. Apparently, there's been a massive campaign to get a game title removed from Steam. While looking into it,
AI
I was genuinely surprised by how far-reaching the effort has been. And like many have pointed out, several publications made it seem like the game was wildly popular, involving even the UK government, which wasn't really the case at all. Ironically, those same people who wanted the game removed have now signal boosted it like absolutely crazy.
This is my opinion, right? Is like Steam's probably not going to want to have this on the platform. And I think it's weird, right? It's a weird game. I'm not going to go and get like super upset about this. There's video games where you kill people, torture them, and somehow this is what's over the line. Like if you use the logic that this game is like going to like train people to rape people in real life, well then why do we have Grand Theft Auto, right? I mean, are we speed running 2003 again, right? I mean, do we need to do this again? I understand like the discourse about it, but at the same time, like Steam does have its rules. It's had these rules forever, and I'm pretty sure that's one of the pretty big ones, right? So
again, he just has nothing to. I think it's a David Attenborough like fucking AI thing. I don't know. I fucking hate it. He does that shit with all of his clips. All right, whatever. Sorry, I saw that. Let me actually see if we can find another dipshit who is defended this thing. Dolan Darkest, John De La Rose, 100 million downloads. Oh, so it went viral on TikTok. That's what happens. And then there's what somebody wanted: WrestleMania 2000 versus No Mercy, best wrestling game of all time. Hell yeah. Yeah, there's not actually that many fucking things about it. It's a lot of fucking Uno, I guess. One of his longtime viewers does. Asmund gets some percentage of the revenue. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. All right. It's time, y'all. Let's do... What was I doing? Oh, shit, no. I don't remember what I was was doing on Netflix. No, we are finally going to go into the content cop thing. Now, I've never seen a content cop. If I'm being 100 with y'all. However, have I been watching Supernatural? I have not. My partner has. That's probably why it was on there. I was watching it with them actually earlier today. And then that's where I got this from. Comparing it to an MC game where you're a tentacle alien monster who fucks elves. See, now you're talking my language. I'm about that. Give me that freaky shit. 1.3 million views is wild. Okay. Ethan reacts to iDubbbz's comment. God, Ethan looks fucking terrible.
Destination, the beach is surprisingly dangerous. Consider the
fucking thing in our defense, like, actually, Hila's not a baby killer. Actually, accusing Ethan of killing his dog is maybe too far, because they have mobilized such an insane harassment group that anybody who says any fucking thing, they will attempt to ruin their lives. And once again, I'm the crazy one. It's not bad enough that I have this group of people.
What we do here is go back.
What's up, everybody? I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hassan broadcast coming to you live from a cloudy day here in California, Los Angeles. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. I have a very important announcement. I've finally done it. I watched Ethan Klein's content nuke, and I'm not going to call it context puke as I normally do because the reality of the matter is it was brilliant. Nothing was out of context. Everything was correct. I am an Islamist, fundamentalist, radical terrorist. I am a vicious anti-Semite. It's true. Most importantly, Ethan is more attractive than me, both physically and also mentally. I've been lying about everything, including my glasses. They're fake. He was right about that. That's not even in the content nuke. And he was right about that too. How did he know everything? How? Wake up, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan. Ethan, wake up.
Wakey, wakey, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan. Wake up. Time to be awake, Ethan.
Wake up, Ethan.
This is no longer a dream. This is a nightmare. Wake up.
Ethan, the dumb bitch is telling you to wake up.
Wake up.
Ethan, wake up.
Wake up, Ethan.
Ethan, wake up.
Wake up.
Soon, anyone?
Just wake up.
Wake up.
Wake up.
Wake up.
Wake up, Ethan.
I'm not going to do a react content yet, chat.
I'm the same. Nobody's told you to wake up, Ethan.
Yummy, I love Sabra hummus.
It's time to wake up, Ethan. Wake up.
Ethan.
Wake up, Ethan.
Wake
That
up.
was not nice. Wake up, Ethan. Just wake up.
All right. I didn't plan on making a content cop on H3. It sounds very stupid even saying that. H3 content cop, iDubbbz. Ethan Klein's out of control. And then you should do a content cop on Hassan Piker. Content cop on Sargon of Akkad. If I would imagine this in 2016, I would have been like, oh yeah, if I ever do that, it's gotta be because I lose the plot. Well, it turns out it's not me losing the plot, it's Ethan. He's the one who fucking attacked first.
My good fucking friends who I stood by after all these fucking years can't find a spine to speak up.
So go fuck yourself.
I agree.
All right, guys, I'm going to tell you a story about Ethan Klein. I know some of you have been following him, but there's a lot of people who might not be familiar with the background, with his podcast, with what's been going on over the past couple of years. So Ethan, as you know, is a content creator who has a podcast where he says all sorts of outrageous stuff. Sometimes it's fun, sometimes it's fucked up. He's had shows with all sorts of different controversial characters. He's had a show with Trisha Paytas. He's had a show with Hassan Piker. In doing so, he's gathered a ton of different audiences. Now, in his podcast with Hassan, Leftovers, they would mostly talk about surface level progressive shit and make fun of right-wingers.
And you're telling me he didn't flick their dick once at least?
Oh, that's 100 shavers, you trans women. I say, oh no!
And it was mostly that until they actually had to reckon with a very serious topic. I would say that Hassan was very well equipped to talk about that topic.
Palestinian people living in the West Bank are subject to these horrific conditions, horrific living conditions by the state of Israel, America's greatest ally and the only democracy in the Middle East, if you ask Republicans and even liberals.
Well, the dance he invented was so kick-ass.
Israeli settlers are trying to evict Palestinian families in occupied East Jerusalem. The United Nations says that that may be a war crime. It literally is.
It's just eating.
I don't know why the fucking... It must just be the fact that so many people are watching
just
it
eating
right
the
now.
toppings. And the pizza looked like a burn victim. It was all disgusting.
I don't know if you can make that joke in 2021.
Why?
It's insensitive to burn victims.
I think it's a good analogy. It's a powerful image.
Ethan was not prepared for this. Ethan, the whole time, is more of the goof guy. And that's fine, you know, we don't expect Ethan to be an expert on the topic. Ethan was obviously caught in this tricky situation where he is extremely sympathetic to the Israeli cause and what's happening to them. His wife's Israeli, she served in the IDF. He obviously likes the state of Israel. On the other hand, he's just got done capturing a massive progressive audience who are very politically savvy. They follow Hassan. Hassan is strictly a political streamer, so this is something they're very keyed into. So when they see Ethan say things that are just like not accurate and it's just propaganda, they're gonna call it out.
From the river to the sea essentially means the state of Israel is going bye-bye.
So this massive progressive audience that Ethan has, you know, adopted over the years, they're becoming increasingly critical of his position because now he's talking about it not on Leftovers, he's now talking about it on his podcast.
What I want to do is show you guys how I see Israel, because you don't see that. When you listen to Hassan and you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking about it like it's some super racist, like crazy, you know, like Jim Crow style of society. Like, I can't wait to show you guys.
The other day, BB fired a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about.
So Ethan is having this back and forth with his liberal audience, leftist people online, progressive content creators, Hassan, all of these different people. He's finding new people every day, basically, to get in fights with.
Of all people, this guy, Matt Lieb, Frogan and Denims and all these dipshits, and everybody thinks this guy's awesome, apparently. Even though he looks like Milhouse, fucking dork. Denims, by the way, was the real villain of the video. Evil, hateful fucking... And I'll say it and I'll double down on it. And
hey, Denims just followed me, actually.
And it's all culminated, at least for my story in Ethan burning bridges with people until he burned the bridge with me. Since Ethan and Hassan's falling out, I've been keeping to myself mostly. I don't have many nice things to say. Maybe if Ethan's able to get some help, maybe if he stops harassing other creators, maybe if he does these things, eventually he'll find peace and we can like rekindle our friendship. So that's been my approach. I've occasionally thrown a joke Ethan's way in the form of Hassan Piker versus Ethan Klein for boxing.
I like iDubbbz. He's a good guy, but I don't like this stupid. It's not a fucking petty beef. It's like this guy is evil and he's doing anti-Semitism. And also he's way out of my weight class.
He didn't like that, but fucking sometimes you gotta just throw something out there. I used to work with this video editor named Froggy Tonic. I discovered him because he was in the circles online that I was in. And one of those circles is an H3 fan. He watched Ethan's content, he liked Ethan's content, until he didn't like Ethan's content. There would be an occasional Froggy tweet where I'd be like, I agree with that, you know? Like, I'm not gonna endorse it, I'm not gonna retweet it or like it, but fair enough.
I guess I just missed my old friend. Some wings are too bird feathered colored.
Now that brings us to February 28th of this year. Now my former editor of a year and a half ago did say some truly mean shit. He called Hila the C word. He said they're trying to kill their dog with cheddar cheese and a bunch of other shit, I'm sure. Ethan at some point discovers that iDubbbz's former editor says this horrendous shit about him and Hila. But no one's asking the question, where does Ethan get this information from? You see, it would be very obviously a problem if Ethan was discovering this content by scrolling through Twitter looking for something to upset himself with. He has maybe set it up in such a way where his employees feel the need to send him this information, and that would be horrible. They shouldn't be doing that. They should be sending you things that are entertaining for your show.
Have I played Lost Records?
Don't
I have not.
trigger the hell out of you. Why is there so much work being put into discovering this guy on Twitter who's barely getting any interactions, linking him to me and posting on the Reddit, when there's no work being put into who the fuck is the person on the Reddit who's posting this in the first place? If you do a little bit of research, it seems like it's an account whose intention is to make Ethan crash out. One of the users on the Snark Reddit points this out. They're like, I've seen this account before. This account has scraped its history, and it's now trying to make Ethan burn bridges. This is within Ethan's own community. Like, this is the thing that he needs to be critical of. It's not me. So yes, I am willing to admit that my former editor was being very nasty, uncharitable, and fucked up towards Ethan and Hila on Twitter. But Ethan and Hila are doing the same shit on their podcast. So I don't want to fucking hear it.
Terrorist supporter.
The CEO of Twitch.
Pedophile.
Now I'm going to watch
Jesus
and
Christ.
respond to the two podcast streams where Ethan and Hila call us spineless cowards.
Anyway, this guy was saying shit like that Hila's a Nazi, that she kills kids, that she went on like, she's a IDF baby killer, all this types of shit. And that's showing up right up on us Nisa's and iDubbbz's feed. My good fucking friends who I stood by after all these fucking years can't find a spine to speak up. You know why? Because they'll get murdered.
You don't know what's on my feed. What the fuck is happening? For all you know, I only use the For You tab. For all you know, I only use lists. For all you know, I'm seeing these things tweeted out by my editor of a year and a half ago and saying, God, that is nasty. I'm just not gonna throw someone away because they're having a parasocial weird moment. Just like I'm not going to throw Ethan Klein away because he's having a parasocial weird crash out.
How many women I fucked? Hassan, by the way, thousands. Yeah, thousands. Let me ask Galia. These shoes do not go.
Thousands?
Oh my God. Hassan's the type of dude who watches himself in the mirror when he has sex.
Watching me on a 30-second delay on your stream.
Wait, that's what wait, how does he know I'm watching already?
Because you've been talking about it for the last 5 minutes.
It's not a fucking petty beef. It's like, this guy is evil and he's doing anti-Semitism. These shoes do not go. I'm sorry.
There are many people, I'm sure, who have unfollowed
Good night, Night Swamp.
for the things that you've said and done. And I'm sure there are even more people who have stayed following you because they don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. They don't want to throw someone away because they've had some hard moments. We're all fucking human.
My good fucking friends who I stood by after all these fucking years can't find a spine to speak up. You know why? Because they'll get murdered.
And what you're saying to me is that I'm a bad friend and I'm a piece of shit. I'm spineless. I'm cowardly because I am following someone on Twitter.
Because they have mobilized such an insane harassment group.
Gross.
It's not bad enough that I have this group of people harassing me and everyone in my life. It's that people outside of this group, journalists, creators, are actively participating in this gaslighting to make it seem like I'm fucking crazy.
I mean, I don't know what he's getting at here. Like, yeah, people are gaslighting you. A lot of people gaslit me when I apologized. That was actually like the #1 type of harassment I got, was people gaslighting me and taking my newfound woke ideology to its extreme.
I've probably done and stood by iDubbbz and Anissa more than anybody. I've stood by them when all the internet hated them.
I don't like that Ethan brought this up because it makes the relationship feel very transactional. Like, you know, we're just meant to support each other online despite our own personal morals or principles.
But I'll say this, I don't think they're fucking any friends of mine. And certainly I don't think they're any fucking friends of mine based on the text conversation I had with them too before I even talked about it. So I have nothing. Like, I don't need any fucking halfway friends, man.
I thought the text conversation that I had with him was very empathetic. I basically just said, like, I know you and Hila are experiencing a ton of harassment, and I essentially empathize with that, and I think there's something positive to get out of the conversation. But he refused to talk on the phone unless I was willing to publicly say something about my former editor and denims. As much as you don't want halfway friends, I also don't want that kind of halfway friend. I don't want someone who's going to give me like an ultimatum to have a conversation.
Could you not say something when this is like, imagine like one of you guys is like, Hassan actually wants to go to Israel, go to Gaza so he can strangle Israeli babies or some shit like that. I'd be like, you imagine me not saying something.
You're trying to make a one-to-one comparison where there isn't one. This guy that I follow on Twitter is not in the same relationship as you and one of your current employees who is streaming with you 3 days a week, 3 hours a day for the past 10 years. At one point during the stream, Ethan and Hila bring up Adam McIntyre. Now, Adam does basically the same thing as my former editor. He's critical of Ethan and Hila, and he is sometimes uncharitable and nasty towards them.
People, stop engaging XP in the chat. He's just fucking trolling on YouTube. Just knock it on. I thought the frames going crazy was on purpose. No, I have no fucking idea why shit is all fucking up right now. Yeah, my camera's still doing okay. Maybe it's a buffering thing.
McIntyre needs to just like disappear. That guy is a piece of shit, like of the lowest order. I never even stood by him when he talked bad about Trisha having a kid and called him like the spawn of Satan. He was supposedly on our side. I would never even co-sign that. I was disgusted by that statement too. I remember when he called her kid the spawn of Satan.
I never said anything
and
like
I was
that.
supposed to be like cheering on, but I wasn't going to cheer that on. That's disgusting.
Why do we forget that he called her children, which is something we would never do, the spawn of Satan?
It's disgusting.
And
a
I
piece
mean,
of shit of a human.
it's just incredible who ends up being the good guys in this story. You know, it's really something.
Unfortunately, they never made a statement. They never said that they disagree with his statements about Trisha's baby until it's useful.
Yeah, thank you, Brutus.
What is it, 3
Ban that
years
stupid
later?
little fucker.
Like, I mean, you're talking about it like you were aware of it at the time and that there was some amount of pressure or enthusiasm for you to get down with that. And what it sounds like to me is that you did see it at the time and you were like, ooh, I don't like that. And you didn't endorse it and you didn't fuck with it. Huh. It's almost like that is a fucking identical situation to me.
It's just incredible who ends up being the good guys in this story. You know, it's really something.
So yeah, the reason I'm bringing this up is because they're trying to like paint themselves as the good guys. And they're saying like, yeah, we strongly disavow things that are said, even about our enemies. We are the most immoral people on the internet. Unlike Ian and Anissa, who are fucking keeping to themselves. Also, why the fuck does Olivia get the pass?
What a fucking asshole for putting you in that position, Olivia. You're friends with him. And you don't have to say anything, but like, what a fucking piece of shit. What a bad friend to put you in that position just for some fucking clout. It gets people angry at you, like, oh, how can she be friends with him? Which is total bullshit, okay? Olivia did not do anything. And
I want the pass? Do I have to be an employee to get that treatment? Because then you'll just see me as an ally? Or is it because Ethan is afraid of wrongful termination accusations and lawsuits?
And also, I don't mind putting my friend Olivia, who's apparently my real friend, in a terribly weird, fucking uncomfortable situation where you end up getting hate for no reason.
Also, don't frame it as like other people making it hard on Olivia. You're making it hard on all of these people. Please acknowledge your role in this whole fucking thing. Like, it's crazy how warm Ethan is to Olivia and saying how Olivia is essentially just a victim in this whole thing.
It gets people angry at you, like, oh, how can she be friends with him? Which is total bullshit.
But me and Anissa are spineless. Ethan, your whole system is
I'm gonna be real.
My intention isn't
this
to throw
seems
the
like a lot
employees
of
under the
fucking
bus.
drama
Like, you guys
bullshit that I'm
serve
not
as the
super
fucking foundation
caring about.
for calling out Ethan's hypocrisy on the whole subject. And I know that you guys have probably pushed back against Ethan over the years. How often are you supposed to do that? Do you have to do that every fucking week?
Fucking
It kinda
ban
seems
NZ
like
Tracker,
it.
too.
And that's exhausting.
Get
I
off
don't
my
want to
fucking
confront
channel, you
my
stupid
boss. It's not
dipshit.
my fucking job to confront my boss and say, today's segment on rapists and pedophiles on Twitch was not my favorite segment to be a part of.
Going to another account to talk more stupid
and
shit.
our other good friends.
Fuck off.
Yeah.
Anissa and Ian. Thanks, Anissa, for standing up for your girl. I actually stood up for you so many times, because, like, why would I not? It was crazy.
Yeah, why would you not? I mean, if that's truly what you believed and you weren't just going to use it later.
Of course I was going to stand by you. That's insane. It's absolutely insane and disgusting. But now you choose to hang out with people that would have a problem with you if you defended me.
I'm not going to assume that Elon knows, but I'll say it for anyone who doesn't know. Anissa is half Lebanese and half Irish. For anyone unfamiliar, the Irish have been on the receiving end of a lot of oppression and genocide. On the part of the Lebanese, they've received a lot of oppression and attacks from the IDF. So Anissa is very well familiar with the propaganda and the shit coming out of Israel. Choosing now, out of all the times, to be like, please defend me. No, we're not gonna fucking defend you.
Rudy was saying that Palestinians are taught at 2 years old to kill Americans.
Do we have that
I
one?
mean,
Like,
just the other day, BB fired a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about.
He looked mean. I thought he was mean just because he looked mean.
No, it's not.
So yes, you caught us. We're not gonna run to your defense when, I don't know, we follow people. We be following. That's one fucked up thing that you can say about Anissa and I is when we're on Twitter, we do be following.
So,
the problem.
Okay, if you want to hang out with those people and have no spine and not stand up for another girl that stood up for you, enjoy your new friends.
She's friends with people like Denims.
I know.
In her chat,
Yeah.
Which I'll
she's
show.
friends with
Denims is actually participating in this whole child protective service lie.
Yeah.
Which I'll
and if
show you
you're
guys
friends with them, then you're seeing what they're saying.
You'll notice that Ethan and Hila start talking about this Denims character. Originally, the complaint was about my former editor. He's been chatting shit about Ethan and Hila for the past year at least. They only care about it now because I guess it was spoon-fed to them via their Reddit that's clearly looking out for them. Now, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. We are friends with Denims, but I would say it's the same level of friendship that we had with Ethan and Hila. It's like kind of an internet friendship. We think that she's a good person like we think Ethan and Hila are good people. Kind of a tricky situation. How can you possibly think that they're both good people at their core? People can have crash out moments. People can say things that they don't mean. People can say things because they want internet clout and attention. I don't know, I think they're both probably guilty of saying things that they don't mean for internet clout and attention. Right now, one's a little bit more fucking nasty to me than the other.
I just don't see how you can be my friend and also be friends with someone like that.
Well, you can't. So I already forgot about you.
I actually have a lot of friendships that are kind of that way, where it's like, you know, one of the friends doesn't fuck with the other friend, but there is someone in the middle who kind of fucks with both of them, but separately. Yeah, there's a lot of friendships that are like that. I'm not going to make you guys, like, meet up and kiss or anything. I get it. You guys are in fucking You're either my best friend who's deep-throating me to the base of my cock, or you are Satan. You're the devil.
The last thing I said to Anissa, we were texting before I ever talked about it. She's like, I don't care about this guy. He's a nobody, and, you know, blah, blah, blah. And I said, well, then you'll have no problem publicly denouncing it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then from there, the conversation ended.
She never replied.
Ethan, you can't even phrase it in a way that doesn't make you sound like you're being coercive and shitty. Well, then, you should have no problem publicly denouncing it, right? Does that sound like a friend? It kind of sounds like something a powerful villain would say.
But it was so funny how she immediately went to comment everywhere, like on our subreddit. She immediately had to comment like, oh, he doesn't work with us anymore.
Then
but that was it. That's all she said.
But then say that you don't
Okay, do you have
agree.
anything else to say for your friends, though?
One of the reasons Anissa was so quick to clarify things in your Reddit is because your Reddit was already talking about who this editor is, and they were spreading misinformation that it was our co-host on our podcast, Uncle Dane. So yeah, the last thing we wanted is this guy getting pulled into this mess, and you guys don't give a fuck. Would it have been nicer and more supportive to say, we don't agree with the things he's saying,
I think
we support
Ethan's
Ethan
like in
and
his
Hila?
50s,
Sure. Like, yeah, that would have been a
40s?
nicer thing to say.
Definitely at least
Our
40s.
silence means something. It means that we would like to pause this relationship until you figure your shit out. And then maybe we can find a moment in time, I don't know how long it'll be, but a moment in time in the future where things are a little bit easier to broach. I don't think we need to do it right now, but you've insisted that this is an important thing to address. I would have been perfectly fine with you not blasting me on your Instagram story. I would have been perfectly fine with you not blasting me and my wife on your podcast twice. I would be fine with you not brigading my comment section on my podcast that gets 3,000 views a week because I prefer to not do harassment campaigns and instead talk about Vampire's Kiss.
Like they say something like he doesn't work for me, and I strongly disagree, and I support Ethan and Hila. The problem is
that she doesn't.
That's the problem.
That's the problem.
She actually.
She thinks they have a point.
That's the problem.
Yeah. So go fuck yourself.
I agree.
Go fuck yourself. What about your girl? This is what I'm talking about. This aggression.
Oh, he's got to be older
world.
than
What the fuck
40.
do you think we're gonna do? You think I'm gonna fucking sit on my hands when you do this shit? Like this is nasty.
No, that is
we
a
had
fucking
such a fair
rough
response to what
40,
you guys were
dude.
going through. We don't support harassment.
That's
it's a bad
fucking
thing,
rough.
but it happens, and you're perpetuating it.
You fucking propagandist, lying scumbag, terrorist supporter. He probably sets up a mirror and jerks off watching himself. Dan KKK Clancy has a similar view of Hitler. Because Dan Clancy, the Nazi, fucking anti-Semite.
You can't expect other people to stop harassing you if you continue to harass people. Let's think about it on a micro level. Have you ever been in a comment section and found someone to argue with? It doesn't stop. It can literally go on forever if you don't want to touch grass.
I mean, yeah, this was kind of like a line, what happened today, that should never be crossed, even by like the most cynical, toxic people. It's going to have
Hezbollah-induced stress
in terms of how I conduct myself. In terms of these fair weather friends who are, you know, so happy to be friends as long as they're getting something out of it.
Ethan, that is a rich thing to say. Like you're the H3 podcast, okay? There's a lot of friends of the show. There's even more fair weather friends of the show. Let's not get into this shit, okay? That is so bizarre and insulting to suggest that I was only ever being friends with you to get something out of it. No, I'm friendly with you, and I'd say I'm a light friend because it's been pleasant hanging out with you. I've enjoyed your content over the years, and as of late, it's gotten really fucking shitty.
Yeah, so go fuck yourself.
I agree.
Who else? Who else do we want to burn today?
Who else do we want to burn today? You're making it so fucking obvious that this is your emotional dumping ground. It's horrible. This is not what podcasts are. There was a way to approach us to say like, yeah, we feel hurt by you guys not saying something. You've decided to do the extra thing and attack. Now, in fairness, I am attacking back, but I feel very insulted and I feel defensive and I feel like I am speaking up for a lot of people who have problems with you and a lot of people who have been on the receiving end of your harassment.
It's so easy to be anti-racist. Everybody's anti-racist. Racism is the worst thing in the world, right? We fucking hate racists. Fuck racists.
Microaggressions.
The minute that they actually have to stick their neck out for somebody, the minute they have to actually risk something to put themselves in under scrutiny, to sacrifice something personally to stand up for racism, then all of a sudden it's like, hey, I don't want to get involved.
And that's drama.
How much do you care?
I don't do drama.
How much
Sorry.
do you actually care? Isn't that the whole point? Like,
I realize that Ethan and Hila are more scared now than they've probably ever been. I feel like anti-Semitism is a thought in their heads now more than ever. And it's not completely unjustified to be thinking about that sometimes. You guys are just hurt and you're kind of like dancing around and making very like loose, poorly thought out analogies for something that doesn't even apply to us. It's like me making this video is the standing up for something and it's saying, fuck you, you guys are being bad. You know, I don't think you're bad people, but you're being bad. You're behaving poorly. You're hurting people.
I mean, go back to the civil rights. You think that the people who are like the white kids who are protesting with the black students, you think that they were just like not risking anything? Those kids who are marching with the black students and...
So in Ethan's analogy, he's the black student and I'm the white student, but I'm the white student that's not, you know, marching by his side. I'm not doing the difficult thing. You're going to have to march on your own, black student.
Marching with the black students and...
I mean, why is it inspiring? Why is it inspiring?
Well, and it's the same thing, to bring it back to Hassan just because, but it kind of is the same thing. Like, I was thinking about going to Gaza until I found out it's dangerous. He's a total performative activist that doesn't give a single fuck about the cause.
It's been performed exquisitely. Harassing one person and seamlessly transitioning into harassing another one. If anyone's been watching for the past fucking year, I'm pretty sure they have a good idea of your feelings about Hassan.
Like, people like Anissa are the perfect example because she's friends with these people. She's friends with Denims. Denims is streaming this story about our kid
I'll show that, yeah.
getting Giarda from the dog, whatever.
I'm sorry. I'll accept this position from anyone except you guys. You have laid the groundwork for this type of streaming, which is watching people's shit and giving your unfiltered reaction to it. Why would you expect Anissa, of all people, to say something to Denims? Okay, so by that logic, we should be saying shit to you guys all the time. But I have a feeling you guys wouldn't like if we said shit like that to you all the time. Yeah, we've been respecting you as independent content creators. You can do what you want. We'll treat you as adults. Maybe we shouldn't have been treating you as adults.
She could say so much, and it would make her a little bit uncomfortable, right? It's not comfortable. She'll get a little bit of shit.
Yeah, just for
but
saying
that would be commendable.
And by the way, it kind of speaks for itself that saying, hey, their house is clean, they're, they're actually good people, like that's going to get you shit. That kind of says it all, doesn't it?
There isn't a single person that I respect who would give a fuck if I publicly said that Ethan and Hila are great with their kids, Ethan and Hila didn't kill their dog, and Ethan and Hila wipe their asses or don't have giardia or whatever the prompt is. No one would care. The only person who would care is me, because I'm like, why did I tweet this out? I'm not tweeting out because I'm not your fucking lapdog. That's why I'm not tweeting it out. I'm not saying it to my audience because I don't give a fuck. It's not my business.
That's, in my opinion, doing something that's difficult and standing by your principles. That's the whole point. That's what makes standing by your principles admirable, is that it's not always easy.
Why are you saying that I'm not standing up for my principles when you don't even know what they are? I get, like, we're a little bit past directly naming me, so we might have gone off on a tangent. If you maybe accepted the phone call and we talked about it, you could have asked me, hey, what are your principles? And I can tell you the way I've been behaving is
somebody asking me what my thoughts are on all this. I have very, like, I'm going to be real, very fucking little Like, this seems a lot less... I was hoping for more juice. Like, and maybe it's just because, again, I've been doing this fucking Brianna Wu piece that I recorded. I spent like 4 or 5 hours yesterday recording it. I've been working on this Brianna Wu piece. And so it's been like, when I watch a video that is like, hey, here's a dissection, here's a look at somebody, I want to see more of their actual positions and disproving them. But this just feels like interpersonal bullshit, which is boring to me personally because I don't know any of these fucking people. I have seen for several months now. Have a good night, Lane. I've seen for several months now, I mean, like, you know, over a year now, I feel, Ethan Klein's Crash Out, because I'm on Twitter. I'm in spaces where people are, you know, posting, here's what Ethan said about Hassan. Here's all this shit. Yeah, no, okay, so people in the chat wondering if Pinky is a mascot. Pinky is a finger, that symbolizes the finger that gets cut off when a Yakuza fucks up. But in the context of Promise Mascot Agency, Pinky is a sentient, living mascot. But yes, sorry. It is just like, this is not... Like, this is not what I kind of wanted to see. It's like, I get why it is, right? Because you were talking about these two massive streamers. You were talking about Hassan. You were talking about Ethan Klein. You're talking about H3. You're talking about the things they did together. These people who have been internet personalities for over a decade, who are, like, Hassan is still one of the biggest, if not the biggest streamer, depending on who you ask. But it's like, I don't know. Oh shit. I'm in the red. I'll watch a little bit more of it.
Exactly in line with my principles. Now we're going to talk about the BDS list. We're going to start off with Frogan because obviously this is like as bad as it gets. If you're following Frogan, that can only mean that you're anti-Ethan. Oh, this is not a good start. Love of the H3 podcast. You are following Frogan, so that means that you are anti-Ethan. Sam, Morg Pie, friend of the show. Olivia, Ian, Daily Dose of Internet is anti-Ethan? Jesus, this is fucked up. Pokimane, comment etiquette. Oh shit, Asmongold's in here? Asmongold follows Frogan? No, Asmon! That means you're anti-Ethan. That's fucked up. We're going to want to avoid these creators at the top of the list, but one tier below them are the creators who associate with them. They're essentially endorsing all of their statements. You got me, you got Anissa, I think Hassan's in there. You'd think that Hassan would be on the top of the BDS list, but that's not the case. Hassan provides additional value for people. Ethan can turn a blind eye to people collaborating with Hassan because that's what he did. You gotta be the lowest of the low to be associating with the Frogans and the Denims of the world. To associate with Hassan, that just makes sense because he's famous and he's got a massive fan base. Also, Ethan still follows Hassan on Instagram, so Hassan is in his feed.
And that's showing up right up on us Nisa's and iDubbbz's feed.
It's important to remember that this is a living document and people can be removed or put onto it depending on how Ethan's feeling that day. You have this other tier of creators that exist below Hassan but are still anti-Ethan. But Ethan really doesn't want to bring your attention to these ones because it's kind of unpopular, you know? A lot of them are famous. It's no coincidence that Ethan stays silent when these powerful, popular men are supporting Hassan. It's because Ethan is a coward. He's a bitch-made coward. I think Ethan has an unreasonable amount of respect for these comedians because they have power, they're quick, and I think he knows that they don't fuck with his ideology. But he's gonna keep that to himself because the last thing that he wants to discover is that people that he respects and looks up to, they don't fuck with him.
Bill Burr came on. It was like the worst fucking show. It was just horrible. That was like my lowest moment on podcast history. We could talk about Bill Burr, ruined my life. Bill Burr made Ethan go on Lexapro. I was prescribed it and it was in my bedside. And then it was the Bill Burr episode that made me finally start.
When Stavros goes on Hassan's stream and he mocks your content nuke.
I actually saw a really interesting video about you, man, and I don't know that I'm even comfortable being here anymore.
Oh no.
It really kind of shed light on you in a way.
Yeah.
You kind of like have leftist politics and stuff like that, and I actually feel betrayed.
Yeah,
and so I'm actually just here to let you know this is the last time I'm ever coming.
You don't fire back because you're coping. So you're just gonna tuck your tail between your legs and never mention on your podcast that mentions everything. You're bringing up some fucking connection I have on Twitter. Someone mocks you on a stream, you're not touching it. Fuck you, you're a coward. It's just his job. It's just what he does for his job. You know, he doesn't mean it. We're actually good friends. You know, he makes fun of everyone. It's not just me, right? Oh, also, I can't forget about Matt Lieb. Matt Lieb is in this like middle tier. His valuable association is Rhett and Link. So Rhett and Link, conveniently, are also in this category of popular and powerful men who Ethan does not want to burn bridges with. Although he's sniffing around.
This guy, Matt Lieb, he works for Good Mythical Morning. Of all people, this guy, Matt Lieb, who apparently is a producer for Good Mythical Morning. Well, this guy works for Good Mythical Morning, acting like he's wholesome, and he's bringing on somebody that wants to kill my wife, or in a video game. And I think he should be fired, frankly. And I hope he is fired. He's pathetic, and he interviewed a fucking, basically a terrorist.
I think Ethan only respects power right now, which is one of the reasons I made this video in the first place, is because he thinks I'm weak. He thinks a lot of these other creators that he's gone out of his way to attack, he thinks that they're weak, and he thinks they're a target that he can bully, he can manipulate, he can send lawsuits to, and I want him to know that we're not going to be bullied. You're being a piece of shit, and we're going to call you out.
So here's the button. You've got a video, and you've got an audio. We're hitting both.
Yes.
There's no point.
Let's leave.
Yeah, there's no need.
Yeah.
I don't want to. Oh shit. How pathetic are you? Don't worry if you don't have it all now. I don't like pedophile. Like the Eye of Sauron. I see you. Yeah. I see you out there, you fucking cockroach. You can be living with your parents for a lot longer, buddy. Yes, please. I want to be with you. I'm a good you. Please, guys, please.
No. Yeah, I don't think it was that
was fine.
big a deal. Of all the things,
Anywho.
It always surprises me what you think crosses the line.
Well, I looked at Olivia and she's like, yes, do it.
Now let's talk about the button. Ethan got this button, or kill switch, as a response to the controversy with Cutie Cinderella. He was not able to control himself in that moment, and instead of figuring out how he can change his behavior, he spent $20,000.
Dan and Ela were like,
have a good night, Christian Garcia.
Right now, if we could. I can't change who I am.
I know. That's why the kill button is on its way.
That's it. See, exactly.
He uses the button for everything. If his jokes don't land, he's hitting the button.
It was being presented as if the Jordan crying thing.
I hit the button.
Why?
I don't think I needed to, but you guys were giving me crickets, so I panicked.
If he's insecure about getting something wrong, he's hitting the button.
But, okay.
You
What? Button for that? What on this frame could Ethan have responded to? Perhaps the country flag that he got wrong? Maybe. I don't know.
If he goes on a problematic tirade, he's hitting the button.
Before, look how sad But yeah, it's not just that. Like their eyes are like big. I think you guys are wrong on this one. I think you guys are all wrong on this one.
I don't think he's unique in hitting the button. I think if all of us had buttons, we'd hit the button all the time. But if you don't have it,
look at
you
how
operate
cunty
differently.
that nail polish
you
is
think
on
about what
Pinky.
you're saying. You maybe plan for your show a little bit more. You maybe say, I'm not going to have my podcast be an emotional dumping ground for today. You instead say, ooh, it's important that we stay on topic. Also, the H3 community and Ethan himself use the phrase goblin mode all the time to excuse a lot of his shitty behavior or make it seem less bad.
I've been diagnosed with goblin mode, actually.
By claiming that what happens is he just gets into this like uncontrolled state he refers to as goblin mode.
I do not call myself goblin mode.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's what you did.
Goblin mode? Is that what you're calling Tourette's now?
To all victims of goblin mode, I would like to issue an apology.
You are goblin mode today. You're goblin mode. Look how many times you paused the
I'm trying,
video. And I don't think there's no room for using the term goblin mode. I like the idea that you're defending yourself and the little guy by going goblin mode when a big corporation or a big entity is trying to attack you.
Like, if you fuck me over, if you steal money from me, if you patronize me, if you do any of this shit like you're trying to do to me, to treat me like a fucking idiot, I'm crazy, dude. I've gone fucking goblin mode over way less.
But you not thinking about what you're saying, not, reflecting on your behavior, not changing your behavior, that's not goblin mode. That's being a child. Let's talk about the crew. I think the crew has been put in the worst working environment that you possibly can be for a fucking podcast. Every crew member has it bad. To be around Ethan, period, would be a nightmare right now.
I'm standing by every fucking syllable of that, okay? What she did was abhorrent. And by the way...
Just don't. Listen, your critique of her is correct. It's just, people are sensitive about women being called that word. And so...
Like, how pathetic are you? You know what I mean?
Well,
I'm not.
God, look at the way his other
pronouns.
cast
And
members
fuck all these
fucking
people.
react and
Go
act,
ahead.
though.
And I'm not yelling at you. I'm just... Kelly is a black woman, right?
Yes.
Maziel is a...
Korean.
Oh, Dan, come on. You're being such a buzzkill. Yeah, I don't know Korean. I asked if Koreans are POs. God.
Dan's in the bathroom. Let's just not do this right now.
I asked if Korean people are POCs.
The one time the button didn't work and we listened to how he spoke to AB without thinking that the internet was going to hear it, it was rude, it was nasty, and it didn't have this caveat of like, I'm not mad at you. It was anger, and it was uncalled for.
They get access to cover most of it.
We're doing it.
What are you doing?
So awkward and terrible.
I'm sorry, I'm not...
Just like, this is what I'm talking about when it's always like...
We need to get home for our kids.
It's like, bro.
Oh, no, I didn't want to finish it right now. I'm about finishing Wednesday.
On Friday, maybe. Is it?
You guys, like...
All right, I'm taking my hand off the... What? Okay, well...
heard all that.
Thanks, button.
And he didn't want to take accountability for it. He immediately wanted to deflect, and he wanted to say that the button fucked him.
First of all, I appreciate the hard work.
I know you do.
And I loved it, and I really enjoy it. But it's like every time we do it, it's like the show is what it is, and
I know.
it makes it.
I was being selfish.
No, dude, that button f***ed me, dude. Can you imagine that button f***ing me over like that?
The button fucked you? AB fucked you? Who fucked you? You fucked yourself by being an asshole. He makes it seem like he's not a tyrant of a boss.
We're doing it.
What are you doing?
So awkward and terrible. I appreciate the hard work.
I know you do.
And I loved it, and I really enjoy it.
Dan, his producer, is constantly clarifying things on the air and making it clear that what Ethan said was a joke, Ethan is being overly defensive, or he's saying things that are like not true and he's exaggerating.
People saw that. They thought that was what you searched to
I did
pull
not
up that photo. So I'm just clarifying.
Thank you for clarifying. I appreciate you doing that. God forbid.
It's okay because I buttoned it.
Why?
Because
it's not that big of a deal, man.
Just
like
your inability to...
No. Hold on, Dan. How does it change anything? People knowing that we did it.
It's fun when it's a surprise.
Okay, well,
you just asked how it changed
Surprise
things.
them on your show.
Okay, all right.
I understand that that's his role, and you know, Ethan's made that his job, or Dan's made it his job. Ethan leans on it so heavily. In the same way that he leans on the button. Ethan is leaning on all of these people to be adults and look after his behavior and give all of this emotional and empathetic energy for Ethan, but Ethan refuses to give it back to them. Also, let's talk about AB and Lena, 2 Lebanese employees, and you just continue to talk about the conflict like they don't exist. It would be nicer, a lot nicer, for you to shut the fuck up about it. You're allowed to do that.
Hezbollah in Syria alone killed double that much.
Jesus Christ.
All right, I'm going to move on. I just want to play his song.
Maria Foxmart, thank you very much for following. To be fair, Bad Empanada is a piece of
wants to
shit.
bring the entire crew down with him.
I myself have never really cared for Bad Empanada, if I'm being honest.
But it's more important that he gets this shit off
Of the
his
stuff
chest.
I've seen, like,
It's
I know
more
it's well
important
researched,
that
but I think
dumps.
he is
We're all
very,
familiar with Goblin mode. Well, Ethan debuted a new mode recently.
And by the way, my ratio is pretty good. Like, I'm looking at like 20 Goblin modes to 1 too far. Demon mode, let's call it.
What makes demon mode different than goblin mode is goblins aren't really like an intimidating, powerful force. If the goblin is persistent, it can get what
I've
it
always
wants.
seen
When I'm
that,
done
like, I've
with the
enjoyed the few
other
Bad
one,
Empanada
the
videos
big
I've
one
seen,
that's dropping
but
probably next week,
on
my
Twitter,
full
they're such a
attention
fucking dick.
is going to you, George. Like the Eye of Sauron.
Like,
I see
and
you. I
there's
see
a
you out there, you
dramatic
fucking
pettiness that Bad
cockroach.
Empanada
Ethan, the
gets
reason the
wrapped up in
internet
a
got
lot that I
behind
just
you
like I
when you were
fucking
being
try and
sued
avoid.
by Matt Haas, or when you were being sued
honestly
by
don't
Ryan
care that
Kavanaugh
much.
is because people saw you as the underdog. They saw you as the guy who's defending the common man.
I'm suing, and I cannot wait for you guys to read it. At the moment, we are writing 3 complaints for 3 people.
You are doing the classic rich asshole thing. You have a deficit of friends, you have a surplus of enemies. You feel really bad, you feel hurt, but you also have a surplus of money. So what can you do? You can use that money to bully and intimidate people. These public legal threats that you're making to fellow creators, these legal threats that you're making to people on Reddit, on Twitter, you're like, I'm hurt. These people are hurting me. What do I do to stop it? There's nothing I can do to stop it. I'm powerless. No, you have a ton of power. You have a ton of options. You have a ton of choice. That's exactly what you get for being filthy rich, is you can do all of these things.
I've never want to sue someone for defamation, but like at what point do you kind of fucking have to? I mean, this is like basically someone calling you a pedophile.
The 50-50
like, yeah, no,
grind
Ethan's a pedophile.
Dan Clancy or whatever, like the CEO of Twitch, and being
Pedophile. Dan KKK Clancy has a similar view of Hitler. Because Dan Clancy, the Nazi, fucking anti-Semite. There are certain things you can accuse people of that rise above to make it like actionable, which is like wrongfully accusing someone of being a pedophile, a sex criminal, a murderer, shit like that. Dan Clancy
Online.
now, in other words, he is a pedophile.
You have so much less to go off of saying that
Oh
than
no,
anybody
I'm
has
just saying
about
based
Dream.
on his looks. Just on his based on his
Well, at least you're self-aware.
That's 100% a joke. I have no evidence to conclude that he is.
One of the more notable legal threats that Ethan has sent out recently is against Noah Samson.
I have nothing but vibes to gain, and potentially your money as well. Don't worry if you don't have it all now. I'll garnish your wages. You're gonna be living with your parents for a lot longer, buddy.
God, he looks
26. You know what I mean?
Fuck, he looks
46.
bad.
Noah made a video that was critical of Ethan and other content creators when they're talking about Israel and Palestine. I mean, the way he's talking about Noah on his podcast is so fucking creepy and weird.
Is this a new thing?
This is a new thing. This happened during the show. Upon initial examination, it seems to check out, and it's not great for young Noah.
Can I say that? Don't say it yet.
I'll say it.
So he's a rape. So of course his standard. I don't know what he's accused of, so I'm not actually going to say. But
Ethan brought on a former partner of Noah to basically just shit talk him and say that he's a bad partner. But that's all that Ethan was able to extract out of it.
you are not accusing him of committing any crimes or doing R-word or anything like that. The accusation is that he's a sleaze.
Absolutely. Noah
Yeah.
Samson, as far as I know, is not a rapist.
Fuck you to Noah Samson, who's not just a liar and a scumbag, but also a creep, allegedly.
Allegedly.
Now let's talk about the left-leaning Democrat.
He presents himself as someone like me, a left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things.
The thing that made me start to question Ethan's intentions is that when he was suggested to talk to Sam Cedar, a fellow progressive, a guy that Ethan respects and looks up to.
He works with Sam Cedar at the Majority Report. I respect him and what they do there.
He kept saying that it was racist or anti-Semitic to suggest that he talked to someone who's within the same ethnic group as him.
That's why I said yesterday, like, I urge Ethan to talk to Sam Cedar. There are very thoughtful, very kind anti-Zionist Jews out there that he could talk to. I don't think that I will be able to reach him.
What's the insinuation that I only listen to other Jewish people? You need to talk to my pre-approved list of Jews that like agree with me on everything. You know, it doesn't matter if they're Jewish, dude. It doesn't matter if they're fucking Jewish.
I think most Jews.
I don't think Jews at large view it. I don't think that is the.
In what position are you to even say that?
It's not motivated by myself. It's motivated by Jews against anti-Zionist Jews.
Seriously, how can you speak for my entire ethnic group? I find that really interesting.
Ethan, I don't know what to fucking tell you. This is like step one of having a leftist ideology, is recognizing our race, religion, nationality, all this shit, all shape our experiences as people.
That's the reason why it'd be better served to have this conversation not with myself, but with an anti-Zionist Jewish person.
Why does it matter if they're Jewish?
Because I'm not Jewish, and you've said in this conversation that, like, how can you tell me how to feel about the situation?
Yeah, but how is one person a representative of Jews at large? I'm just telling you how Jewish people around the world interpret that phrase.
So yes, Ethan, on occasion you might be suggested to talk to someone who has some crossover with you. It doesn't have to be your ethnicity. It could possibly be someone who shares progressive ideology with you. It could possibly be someone who is of your same gender. I think Ethan understands this concept very well. He listened to these women on his show when they told him that he shouldn't be calling women bitches.
This bitch is intolerable. You are such a nasty fucking bitch, Ken.
I don't know if you can call her a bitch, though.
She is a bitch. She's a fucking. You're right. I call her a see you next Tuesday.
Listen, you have.
Curious, what do Lena and Sam think about it?
I wouldn't be okay with that.
Yeah.
I feel like that it's for the girlies, Ethan. But I
So
agree.
you guys all seem to be in consensus that it's in poor form. I think to respect the women here in the room, I'm gonna have to pass on saying that.
The infantilization of Ethan Klein is fucking nauseating. He's not a child. He is absolutely capable of looking into Hassan, learning about his politics, interviewing, doing loads of things to figure out where he stands.
He presents himself as someone like me, a left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things. And for the first time, I noticed an inordinate amount of radical, hardcore leftists. I mean, I thought we were social democrats, not whatever this was. This comment from Hassan really started to sound some alarms in my head. I was already getting uncomfortable with our partnership. I started to wonder if I had any idea who this guy actually is.
You made how many episodes with Hassan? Like, this guy made a fucking program with the biggest mega leftist on the platform. Now he's acting like he was tricked and he was incapable of figuring out what this guy's beliefs were. Bro, I didn't make the fucking leftist program. You did. You made fucking, 60 some odd episodes of this shit for hours talking to this guy? You didn't have a problem with any of it until, Ethan talks about being aware of Hassan's 9/11 comments and then sort of leaves it at that. Like it was just a joke. Actually, I think Ethan describes them as edgy moments or jokes.
You might remember him from such classics as
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it.
Now, to be clear, I knew about all these edgy and controversial jokes at the time we made the show together, because who am I to judge?
No, Ethan, those aren't jokes, right? When someone makes a controversial statement like that, that's not them trying to be funny. I can understand why you would conflate the two. That is someone who is extremely frustrated and passionate about a particular topic. In this case, American imperialism and terrorism. You could have looked into that. You could have talked to Hassan a little bit more and found out what his international politics opinions are. But you wouldn't even need to do that. You can look at it online. You're not a victim. You weren't tricked. You made 60 some odd episodes. If you didn't want to go down this route, you shouldn't have done it. But that was your fucking choice. You did it. You are an adult. When Ethan and Hila are watching Matt Lieb saying that one state doesn't represent all Jews, they cannot wrap their heads around the idea.
No single person represents all Jews.
I'm just telling you how Jewish people around the world interpret that phrase.
No single person represents all Jews, as no single state represents all Jews.
This is another weird thing.
Oh
Israel
my God.
Israel. This is a lie that I see Hassan and people pander. They say that Israel's going to war on behalf of Judaism. They have never. I don't believe that that's ever been
You're
stated.
literally. Yeah,
and
that's
I don't
what
think Israel ever explains that it's like. I think Israel says it's a place where Jews can go.
Israel's just a place Jews can go?
What
With
the
that
fuck does
slogan,
that-
we might actually have peace. You know, if that's all you're defining Israel as, is a place Jews can go. Like, sure, it sounds like America to me. Like, all right.
I don't think that Israel said they represent all Jews. I don't think that's a stance. We're like, hey, displacing Palestinians is all Jewish people.
Ethan is being so disingenuous here to suggest that he doesn't understand what Matt Lieb is saying. Like, he's making a semantic argument. Like, I don't think Israel has said that it represents every last Jew on the planet. I don't think Israel has claimed that. They're not going to say that their most genocidal behavior represents anything to do with them, okay? But what they are going to do is they're going to inexplicably link Israel and Jewishness together, so when they're being criticized, all of a sudden they have the perfect defense. Oh, another thing I need to mention. There was a tier list. It was called the Who Can Say Habibi tier list. It was presented at TwitchCon as like a panel that was just meant to be lighthearted and fun. And Ethan Klein saw that, and he decided that it was anti-Semitic.
Tier list, and we're going to need your help to discuss and figure out who can say Habibi and who can't.
And also, we have tiers. We have Arab coded. They ask permission to say Habibi. You know, like you got like a white guy who's like, can I say it? Is it a slur? And then Love Sabra, which is they're not Arab coded at all.
Now, when I first saw this tier list, I immediately knew what it was doing. I was like, oh, it's a play on the who has the N-word pass and who doesn't tier list. Granted, Habibi is very different than the N-word, but it is a cultural word amongst Arabic-speaking people and Muslim people. Like, that is a word that's used. Habibi, it means my love. Oh no, don't do that, Habibi. Oh yes, Habibi. You're my Habibi, I'm your Habibi. So yes, it's meant to be a fun way that these Arab content creators can express their Arab culture and be proud of it and happy about it, because it's not like they have massive representation on the platform.
Making a tier list based on race, and nobody has a fucking problem with that. Okay, you have a tier list based on race. Where's the Jewish panel? Where's the Jewish panel? Where at the top it says Jewish. It's a tier list based on Arab to Jew. He's Arab, which is good. That's the best thing you can be on this. That's
Jesus
the best. This is racist.
I will say that conveying information through a tier list is not the most effective thing, but Ethan should understand this principle. He did a white slurs tier list with Hassan.
Cracker.
I mean, you know what my take is.
We can't put this as an F. Cracker. I mean, that's got to be at least a D, right?
Pale face motherfucker.
Pale face. I mean, again, I think that's an F. Hog.
So hog is my favorite. I use it all the time.
Him and Hassan feel as though they are white guys, so they felt very comfortable talking about white slurs on their tier list.
I think I'm more white than you. What do you think?
I think I'm white. Like, I'm super white.
Can you understand why Arabs might feel comfortable talking about Arab shit on their tier list, Ethan? You're the white guy. You think you're more white than Hassan.
I think I'm more white than you.
So, yeah, the white guy can say all the things that he wants, like cracker, but the Arabs can't have their tier list.
I would put him also in Arab. I know Turkish people are different.
Notice how they dropped the premise almost immediately that it's about who can say Habibi. And then it's like, Hassan, okay, actually, he's Arab. We fucking love him. He's dope. He's Arab.
Habibi is an Arabic word. That is an Arabic word, Ethan.
Funny about this whole thing is that they say Habibi in Israel. Again, people underestimate just how, like, mixed Israeli culture is. Like,
we say Habibi in Israel. Yes, Ethan. Another piece of evidence as to why it isn't anti-Semitic.
This is racist!
If you're not Arab or understand Arab culture at all, which is a lot of Americans, and Ethan Klein presents you this tier list and calls it anti-Semitic, you're just going to eat it up. It's not. Ethan is just proving his location on this tier list under Love Sabra because he doesn't understand Arab culture. There's a lot of Arabs who eat sabra. There's a lot of people like me who eat sabra. A lot of the times it's all that's in the store, and I'm gonna buy it and I'm gonna eat it, but it is not the good shit. Like the average Arab American, they're gonna go in the store and the only option they have is fucking sabra. And that sucks that that's the only option, right? Arab communities and distribution facilities are not widespread across the US. So what are they left with? They're left with a common, relatable, shitty hummus, which is sabra. And what's so fucking pathetic about this whole thing is after he was able to get these Arab creators banned off of Twitch for 30 days, he goes on to talk about how bad sabra hummus is on his show.
I don't think anybody prefers sabra over homemade like restaurant quality hummus. You know, it's what's there.
Like weirdly fluffy.
It is
Sabra.
fluffy.
Weird.
Yeah.
I would buy it sometimes and eat it. It's not the best.
The problem is with sabra, in my opinion, it's only good for the first 2 days.
For some reason, like when you eat this sabra shit, it just feels so much heavier. Imagine eating a whole fucking vat of sabra. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I've never liked hummus.
Oh, okay.
Well, you hate Jews then.
I don't.
And Arabs.
Yeah.
This is racist.
Yeah, it's almost like you can have a discussion about sabra hummus being a bad hummus without it being at all related to a Jewish thing or an Israeli thing. He can have that discussion as much as he wants on his podcast because we all know his intentions aren't anti-Semitic.
This is what he did. He hit his heart hard.
The Zionism is leading to not accepting other cultures, embracing their own culture, and instead thinking that that is an attack on you. There's this incident on the podcast where they were reacting to Cutie Cinderella, and Ethan was laughing during it. So that ended up being a pretty important wake-up call for Ethan. He made an apology video directed at Cutie Cinderella, and it was graded by a professional psychologist, Dr. Kirk Honda of Psychology in Seattle, and Ethan got an A+ rating.
In terms of a public apology, this is A+.
Ethan won't stop talking about his A+ rating.
You know he rated my apology to Cutie Cinderella a perfect score? A perfect 10.
A perfect 10 out of 10?
Literally 10 out of 10.
Who
Go
gives
back.
a shit,
I can teach
dude?
you how to make a good apology. I'm the best at
10 out of 10.
I know what a perfect apology is, lady. You fucking don't. Is my perfect apology in this PowerPoint? Dude, I got a perfect 10 out of 10. This one is actually best apology, so. Ethan Klein, you guys, oh my God.
I was trying really hard to think about an impactful moment.
Oh, look at this
during
fucking
this
dude.
video.
This guy
Like, could
rocks.
I do something that would
Raijin
really wake
Kun.
Ethan up? And
This guy's fucking
I don't know if
cool,
this came from a
dude.
good place or not, but I came up with the idea of getting Ethan's grade changed from an A to a B at least. So I went to visit Psychology in Seattle. I'm not confident that Kirk will change his grade, but it's worth trying, and you know, we might learn a thing or two.
Xander! Probably get pretty low marks. Unlike me, perfect score, 10. I said, hey, Lud, no wig drama. Why are you such a spineless coward of a person now that you've inserted yourself and your girlfriend into this conversation?
Okay, iDubbbz, I hear you. You're in the room with me right now. I hear you. I hear your request. I understand it. I can understand where it's coming from. And I guess have a policy that when there is a grade for an apology, I am just grading that discrete apology as I see it without taking any consideration of prior or future behavior. If you're wanting me to comment on the overall behavior or the recent behavior from the clips that you have shown me, I believe that Ethan is a good person and that eventually he will feel sorrow and will feel sorry and will apologize, and I will be there to evaluate that apology when it happens, which I know it will.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Unfortunately, Kirk did not change his grade, but that's okay because this is the internet. Anyone can have their own official apology rating system, so I'm going to rate Ethan's apology a B-. That's just based on my own feelings and my own rubric. When Psychology in Seattle was watching these video clips of Ethan, he said that it looks like Ethan could just use a hug. Now, of course, it kind of pisses me off to hear that shit because I'm like, What are we doing? What are we saying? He needs a hug? No, he doesn't need a hug. He needs a good fucking ass whooping is what he needs. I think something that's very important to me,
Probably
in
a little
bringing
column A, a
back
little column
Content
B,
Cop
honestly.
is to be fair. I think that was something that was not illustrated in previous Content Cops that I think should have been, and probably wouldn't have left me with so much regret. Ethan deserves all of the criticism that he's getting. I think it's very valid. But I also think, at the end of the day, we should acknowledge that he's human, because he is human. And he is in a situation that's making him extremely scared, paranoid, defensive, sensitive, and I'm sure other features and feelings. In the spirit of Kirk saying that it looks like Ethan could just use a hug, I have challenged some of his most powerful haters to put down the haterade and just say something nice and charitable about him, because I think he deserves it.
I just wanted to say that I respect that you are genuinely yourself on the internet. I think a lot of other people respect you for it as well.
Aww.
I think that's a big reason why people were drawn to your content in the first place. I think that's a lot of the reason why your employees chose to work with you over anyone else.
Ethan, I think it's respectable that you even began this journey to leave behind the anti-SJW crowd and step into a more empathetic worldview. I know it's not easy.
Ethan Klein, I think that when you are being goofy,
They're going to save Hassan for last, right?
When you are being lighthearted and just having fun with your friends, I think that is when you're at your best. So I'd love to see more of that. That'd be sick.
I will be reading my letter off because I don't want to sound robotic. H3 used to be the sports for good that I used to watch. I hope that one day gets back to what I remember. You were one of the inspirations for me to start creating content, so all this has stunk. I hope you really hear this, and I wish you the best.
I think Ethan Klein rocks a buzz cut pretty good. And I think he's got a good choice of facial hair. I think it's really cool what he did 8 years ago, fighting that frivolous lawsuit. That was pretty fucked up. And fighting it, he changed YouTube for the better. And I thought that was cool because I thought it was like he was fighting for free speech.
I also see the dynamic of Ethan and Elon. It's really hard to be a couple online and see people attacking your partner, and it's like, okay, if you come to their defense, if that doesn't always help them, right? Sometimes that makes it worse for them.
And I have been kind of slipping into a very unhealthy place where it's gotten worse and worse, and I get criticized more and more, and I get more defensive and more pulled up, a feeling of almost infallibility that I could take anything on. It led me to make a lot of mistakes, and then when I was criticized for those mistakes, then I would act extremely defensive and nasty and not really processing them in a healthy way.
Oh, there wasn't a Hassan one. Is that the end of it? Oh, come on. How do you not have a Hassan one? Okay. I wonder if Hassan, if they asked him and he's like, yo, I'll be on camera for this, but I'm not going to fucking actually talk about, this dude will not. Yeah, that's, that's probably, I would have a fucking problem too. If there was anybody who obsessed about me as much as Ethan has over Hassan. I don't know, y'all. That was... Give me a second. I need to go. Fuck. Alright, I need to send some mascots out on jobs. Kofun, you're fucking... Take this Vivid Melon soda and go, motherfucker. So I need to get not in the red. Alright, Rajin Kun, you fucking don't fuck this up, bro. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a whole lot of skin in the game. I was talking about this. I wish it had gone less into... I understand why it did, because so much of this is interpersonal drama bullshit, but I wish it was less... The Content Cop was less interpersonal drama bullshit and was more like... gave a bigger perspective on all the shit that's been happening, on the history of the conflict, on, like, instead of taking so much of it is like, I don't know, so much of it just feels like you have to be into and up to date with all of this he said, she said bullshit. And I'm just like, I'm kind of not. Like, really, it wasn't as scathing. There was nothing new. It was, I don't know. It's just very annoying. Yeah, this is mostly like interpersonal shit, which is like valid because guess what? So much of what Ethan's been doing has been just interpersonal bullshit with Hassan. But yeah, I also don't know like why, like, I am not familiar with iDubbbz. I am blessedly unfamiliar with so much of the YouTube landscape that, like, when people are like, oh man, Content Cop, oh, this brings me back, it's like, I've never fucking watched this shit, y'all. I do not know. Yeah, but at the same time, I do think, like, I really appreciate showing that, again, not really having any skin in this race, like, the idea of showing empathy and kindness and that humanity and humility as a effort to what very clearly seems to be, instead of just crushing Ethan underfoot, trying to reach him as a person, as a former friend. I mean, I think that's admirable in a way. Even though, again, I'm unfamiliar with iDubbbz's work, I don't want to really, endorse anybody. If I can't, like, you know, guarantee to fuck with them. Do we have... Hey, Hammock. Hey, I haven't seen you in a minute, I don't think. Just to find the meaningful schoolgirl high school divided the leftist power... What? Oh, okay. No, schoolgirl high... Okay. I see what you're saying. I'm like, wait, what about schoolgirls? Huh? What? Interpersonal stuff makes it harder for Ethan to attack back. No, it very much does. It very much does. Felt like I was watching a drama video. Like there's so much. What's Hassan's reply? Does somebody have a link to Hassan's reply? Nine hours ago, Ethan reacts. Content caught good or trash. Fuck, these fucking idiots are gonna... These dipshits are gonna decide if something is good or trash. Okay. I'm sorry, that's fucking embarrassing. Content Cop, 1.5 million views. H3 Podcast reacting, 400,000. And then fucking, who is that? That's Wings and Keem. Wings and Keemstar trying to coast off this shit. 31K. Fucking embarrassing. I guess, like, look, I guess if that's all you got. Hellbell, would you ever collab with Gare from Behind the Bastards? I guess you weren't here. Rosa and I, for our podcast, What the Fuck Now, we just had Gare on an episode that I believe is coming out this coming week. Gare of Behind the Bastards and Cool Zone Media fame. And yeah, I guess for those who haven't seen or haven't watched, we have the first 2 episodes of my new political podcast. We're still trying to find a good rhythm to it, but it's called What the Fuck Now. I host it with Rosa of the Composting podcast, and it's cool. It's we are having different guests on. We're talking about a lot of different shit, trying to find solutions, whether it's, you know, just stuff that makes people feel better, how to keep people safe, community organization. Like, it's a lot of stuff. So we had, on the first episode, it was just me and Rosa, just talking. The second episode was Alana McLaughlin, trans UFC fighter. Third episode was Garrett Davis from Cool Zone Media and some of other Robert Evans podcasts. And then the fourth episode we recorded today, starring Stacey K of Stacey K fame, comedian, trans comedian, and internet personality. So yeah, and those two episodes are also available. They are up right now on my on the channel. You can go find it. Ooh, this is gonna be a hard one. Okay, no, we got this, chat. Oh, I don't know if we got this, chat. Oh, no, we got this, chat. No problem. Oh, I don't know if we got this, chat. We got this, chat. Hey, look at that. A Spirit to Corpse, love that you've gotten to do stuff with Cool Zone people. I like their stuff. Yeah, me too. Spotlight on more queer NB guests. Hellbell, I'm actually going to be looking for non-queer guests because our first 4 episodes have all been trans people. And I as much as I would love to continue support it, like obviously we'll have more trans people on, but I think there's a wide spectrum of personalities, a wide spectrum of positions and perspectives I really want to showcase. Kat Abstru, I forget her fucking name. Kat. All right, I'm gonna have to look it up. Sorry. We've also reached out and heard back from her campaign. What is her? Abigazala, Kat Abigazala, who is a congressional candidate in Illinois. And we've heard back from her campaign. We really want to sit down with her. Salamander, get Damage on. If you know a way to get in contact with Damage, I'll have Damage on. Sure, why not? I would love to hear like what's up with the rap game these days. Ow, dog. Okay, lady is getting hello. Are you? Hey. This dog is going crazy on me. Okay, chat. Who's a guest you'd most want to have on that you don't think can make happen? I don't know, probably like AOC. Like you know, somebody big like that. Obviously something where like, you know, some that Hassan could fucking grab. Yeah. But like, other than that, I don't know. I can't really think of somebody who's like who's like a lofty fucking, you know, podcast guest goal. Yeah, but also if y'all aren't following Kat Abigazala, go check out her work on Twitter. It's a very interesting race they have. That they're right. Yeah, of course I'd love to have like fucking Bernie on, as fucking insane as that would be. Yeah. I could probably swing getting Hassan on, honestly, if we're being real about it. Oh yeah, Frogan's on reacting to content cop. God, a lot of people are fucking streaming right now. Holy shit. Yeah, just gotta tell Hassan I'm dad domain. That's so fucking funny. Asmongold being popular makes me want to die. Like he's causing people to harass game devs behind a drug dealing game because of their publisher investigating possible IP infringement. God, he's so fucking stupid. Legitimately, like, I straight up cannot fucking understandable. The Dragonstorm Tarkia precon prices are too damn high. In my day, Commander decks were meant to be affordable for everybody. You could buy one for your kid. You could buy one for your mother. Now, Final Fantasy Commander precons are coming out at $70 in this economy. Aspen being popular makes me insane. Yeah. Just floods into that hobby space in general, partially because other people desperately want to be the next Asmon Grums. I don't know if anybody wants to be Grums. Gamergate 3.0 content? Do you mean Gamergate 2.0? I think you missed a 0.0 there. Because Gamergate 2.0 is the one. I'm actually making a video that I didn't have time to finish today because of the podcast, but tomorrow, hopefully that video will be done and out. And then it is nothing but fucking... it's nothing but the Brianna Wu piece. I'm so fucking... I'm ready to be done talking about this bitch so much. Y'all don't even know. Y'all don't even know. iDubbbz content caught. Nicholas to Oreo. Yeah, okay. Whatever. Alright, is there anything else we wanted to watch? When is the Brianna Wu video being released? Well, I've recorded all the raw footage, so I have to go through. It's gonna take a minute. Because we're talking the video itself, so just video. Of all the stuff I recorded, I put it in a program and I'm like, okay, I have 2 hours, 15 minutes. Probably 15 to 20 minutes of that is going to be cut. But then I also have to go through and I have to record sections where... So the fun part about this is I've interviewed a bunch of people, but they all want to be off the record. So I have to go through their interviews, transcribe what they say, not the whole interview, just the quotes I want to use. Transcribe what they say, read that through, record it, and then put that in. So there'll be those. There'll be sections I have to go through and add in shit that Brianna said as I'm talking about it, shit that other people have said to illustrate the point I'm making, etc., etc. So it's probably going to end up being like a 3-hour fucking video. And I'm gonna be so done with her that like I'm just gonna fucking... I won't even fucking... if she tries to interact with me at all. She's such a fucking snake, honestly. She's such a fucking snake. Get any fun guests to read quotes. So here's the thing. I considered having guests to come read quotes, but I didn't for two reasons. One, usually when I have people read quotes, it's in the context of like, okay, here's a quote from a book or something. And so it's just like, here's like a fun guest spot. Like I did with the Satanic Temple video. Where it's just like, okay, I'm going to have Sarah and Neil from Leftist Cooks. I'm going to have, so-and-so, Hoots or Kay or Jesse come on and read a quote. But it's from something else. It's from a book. It's from an excerpt that it is clear it's not them. Yeah, it is lady begging for attention. Do I lift or work out? I do. My abs have been coming through real fucking nice lately. I've posted some pictures on Twitter and on the OnlyFans. I didn't want to have it because people... One thing I've learned, and one of the reasons that I will reiterate stuff a lot, especially in bigger videos, is I've learned that there are people who will just half watch shit. And it's not always people who like, you know, there are people who have watched stuff, but like they're coming at it from a place of good faith, or they're like interested in what I have to say. But then there are people who half watch things in bad faith, and so they will completely miss what is happening. So I don't want there to be room for people to be like, oh, you know, if I had gotten, you know, another content creator like Riverboat Jack, or, you know, somebody in my kind of sphere to read stuff, I didn't want them to be like, hey, fucking, you know, this person was lying about Brianna, or this person said this shit, and it's like, that's not, no, they didn't say it, they just read the quote. I didn't want to fucking deal with that shit. Yeah, so that's why all the quotes will be read by me. I love having guest stars when I'm not handling. It's the same. Well, it's a similar reason why I also, you may have noticed, in the excerpts I did for the white nationalist piece, I didn't have guest stars because I'm like, it's such a heavy topic that I'm like, I just want to take this on my shoulders, like, if that makes sense. So I didn't have guest spots on the anti-Semitism video, the video about former white nationalists, like that kind of shit, because I want that to all fall on me. And if anything splashes, anything goes wrong with it, I don't want other people to be like, oh, they were fucking associated with Dead Domain, blah, 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 blah. It's like, no, I will take whatever on the chin. Ashley, thank you for $5. Hot take: Gamergate 1.0 might be looked at as the preamble to World War III by future historians. Oh God, I hate that you're probably right. Kalishna, thank you for 2 months. Hello. How are you? I am okay. Yeah, Sergeant Miles, I'm betting a lot on this video. It is one that I am not going to be cutting corners on. It's one that I can't afford to cut corners on. Like, if something comes out late in like editing or something, I'm gonna fucking add it in. If more people, the reason why it took me so long to fucking record the Brianna Wu piece is because people kept coming forward being like, hey, do you know this? Hey, reach out to this person. Hey, you should talk to this person. Hey, go here. Hey, look at this. And I'm just like, it runs so fucking deep with this bitch. Like, I cannot convey how deep it goes. Yeah. Hello, baby. She wants her dumb little. She wants her bone. She just wants her marrow in the bone. She said, oh, I love that bone. Oh, we love that bone. Yeah, that bone. All right, here you go. It's like feature creep in video games. Oh my God, it absolutely is. It's definitely like feature creep. It's fucking crazy. Like, there's so many things that as I'm going through, if Matt Lieb could get you in touch with mythical chef Josh, I think it'd be an amazing white straight guest. Watch his podcast with Serge. I will. I definitely will. Yeah, it's been. It will be fun seeing some people go down with her ship, though. I'll say that. Like, it'll be fun seeing a lot of people who have, like, tied their identity of being, like, you know, reasonable, moral centrists and liberals to Brianna Wu. Kind of, like, I do think having all of this information readily available at people's fingertips, which is really the point of these deep dives, is so that people can go and be like, hey, not selfishly, but like, go watch Dead Domain's video on this. It's why I do like such comprehensive work, is because I only want to do, if I do a video on somebody, I want to do one video, and that's it. Or I get, you know, in the case of Matt Walsh, that was 2. But can you imagine being such a shit human being? You feature creepy YouTube documentary about yourself? Ugh. Yeah. Anywho, Chat. Oh no, Hellbell. I tried to mock watch the Dollcast. It gave me an aneurysm. I watched / listened to like 10 hours of the Dollcast, which for more than 10 hours. For people who don't know, that's Brianna Wu's fucking podcast. And if you want, like, okay, here's an idea of how much work I put into like content. I watch like 12 hours, and granted, I listen to podcasts at 2 times speed. Same with them when I'm doing like research on YouTube videos and also all sorts of stuff. It was so. Somebody asked, didn't you do multiple videos on that weird church? Yeah, that's like a different thing though, because that has been an evolving kind of saga. Like shit happened with that church that I couldn't have foreseen. And their kids came to me about abuse and all that stuff. So that is a little bit different than like a deep dive. Like these other things where I kind of have all the facts in front of me and just need to find ways to wrangle them together. Yeah, it's fucking bad. That podcast is really, really, really fucking. I cannot. Oh, it's so fucking bad, and I listened to so much of it, for ultimately what will be like maybe 5 minutes of the video, maybe. Like I can almost guarantee it is going to take me much longer to go through and find the clips I need to prove my points than will actually take up the whole time of the video. And that's just if y'all want insight into videos, that's how video editing be sometimes. Like somebody was talking about how, oh man, imagine going through all the H3 stuff in that content comp video to be like you have to go through all this stuff to find these moments that Ethan was clapping or something. And it's like, yeah, see, I'm willing to bet iDubbbz has like editors or some shit for that kind of stuff. I don't. I be doing that. That's all me, baby. That's all fucking me. Aiden, the human Miller, you sacrifice so much sanity for journalism and content. I sure do. Alrighty, chat. Do we want to go see? Actual Jake looks like he's watching the content comp right now. Riverboat Jack is talking about Abrego Garcia. Tomboy Succubus is playing some video games. How are you feeling? Oh no, here's the thing. Somebody's saying like, "Oh, I would give up halfway through." I want to be clear. Listening to Brianna Wu, and granted, excuse me. Thank you. Tier 1 sub to It's Drev from A Spirit to Corpse. I want to be clear. Let me be clear. Listening to Brianna Wu for an extended period of time is one of the worst experiences of my life. Having said that, my points of comparison are listening to Matt Walsh or listening to Synthetic Man. To which I say, Brianna Wu is still the fucking worst of them all. Thank you. I cannot stress enough. Yes, no, I mean to tell you, I watched hundreds of hours of Synthetic Man's content. Okay, it might just be that like Brianna is still more recent in my memory, and I'm loathing the fact that I still have to go through all that shit. But like, right now, gun to my head, I would be like, yeah, let me watch. I would rather watch Synth and Matt than fucking Brianna's inane rambling, because I can at least, like, they at least think they're getting at points. They're hypocrites. They're very stupid. They have these emotional appeals that really only make sense to them. They're very similar in a lot of ways. They're very monotone. They're rambling. Like, all of that shit pales in comparison to the raw, unbridled void of charisma that is Brianna speaking. Like, I can't... It's... You know what? The thing I think it is that she has a real problem that she doesn't seem to always know what is going to come out of her mouth when she says something, or where her sentence or thoughts are going to go. Like, Brianna just be saying shit sometimes. Like, she really just be saying shit. Like, it's fucking crazy. She really, like, yeah, God, I mean, it's all in the video. You'll all see it, but she does these things like she is just constantly name dropping people for no fucking reason. Yeah. No brain, just talk. Yes. Yeah. Like Musk level of charisma deficit. No, up there, but in a different way. Like, Musk is more annoying than Brianna. Brianna is more boring. Like Musk thinks he's cool. He thinks that being cringe, he mistakes being cringe for being funny. Yeah. She's a trans med. Yes, she literally calls herself a trans med in one of the fucking podcasts. She calls herself a trans med. So like that's not a label that she denies, certainly. Garlic Price, thank you for $10. Was fun hanging out tonight. It definitely was. Thank you. Brianna is smug like Bill Maher. Oh my God, yes. Oh my God, yes. Yeah, you know what? Imagine Bill Maher, but without, like... I've never really liked Bill Maher to begin with, but, like, without any of the timing or, like, cadence. Because whatever you say about Bill Maher, and I will say a lot, he's a fucking dickhead. He has an ability, like, he is able to talk to a crowd. Like, he does have a stage presence that has been honed and crafted through decades of making shit. Brianna doesn't fucking have that. But she does have the insufferable smugness for certain. That's a good way to put it, I think. Anyway, let's go say hi to Riverboat Jack. I gotta go eat some food. I gotta do things. And then I gotta get up, and tomorrow chat, we edit so fucking much. New videos should be coming out. I'll do a stream highlight video, the one we did tonight, and I think I'm going to try and get the video out on the El Salvador prison for tomorrow, just because I think it's really important. But keep an eye out on the channel. We're going to have a video on Gamergate 2 coming very soon. That'll be all edited, not a stream highlight, so keep an eye out. That'll be a fun one. And then next week, after that, I am going pretty full steam ahead on the Brianna Wu video. So hoping next week, Wednesday at the very earliest, Friday, hopefully at the latest, but we'll fucking see. Anyway, go say hi to Jack. I love you all. Thank you all for being here, and have a good night.